2024 Whitsuntide Games. We kick off today's action with the 3,000 meter run for women. This is an open event. 7.5 laps around the Karani James Athletic Stadium. And then we'll crown our first champion of the day. This is event number 70. We'll see the likes of Cassie and John out of High Performance from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. No stranger to this event, no stranger to these tracks and this stadium. We've seen her compete here at Whitsuntides on several occasions before. We also remind you this is an Olympic year. The World Juniors will also take place later this year. And so if any of our junior athletes competing in the open 3,000 meter event is able to finish in a time less than 10 minutes, 38 seconds, they'll be able to qualify for the World Juniors later this year. So it's 10:38 on the clock. That's the time they'll be chasing if they want to make it to World Juniors. But outside of that, they're competing against the field for Whitsuntide glory. So 6 more laps to go in the women's 3,000 meter open. Currently setting the pace. Your field leader, Cassie and John of High Performance. She's followed by Shania Nelson of the South City Rising Stars. And Aya Stapleton of High Performance currently sitting in third. Just about 4 minutes on the clock as John makes her way inside the 200 meter mark on this lap. So as the girls make their way down the back straight, it's still Cassie and John, High Performance out front. Her teammate, Aya Stapleton, also of High Performance, currently sitting in second. Kashana Williams of the Carriacou Athletic Committee jostling there with Stapleton as they approach the 200-meter mark. So it's high performance, high performance. Carriacou in third. Shania Nelson of South City Rising Stars falling back into the 5th position as the girls make their way inside 200 meters on this lap. Just about 6.5 minutes on the clock. So it's John of High Performance. She's the current inter-secondary school athletics champion in this event out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Kashana Williams of Carriacou, currently sitting in the 2nd position as they make their way inside 300 meters to go on this lap. Still John Williams. Nelson slips into 3rd position as the fatigue is beginning to set in. The water station currently set at the back. Athletes can grab a bit of water to refresh themselves. And the days have been hot here in Grenada. We've been under a heat wave for the last few days. The rain's only now setting in. We've been blessed with a few showers over the past couple of days, allowing us to have one of the cooler mornings for this 3,000 meter run. So it's still John Williams Nelson, John of High Performance, your inter-secondary school champion from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Kashana Williams of Carriacou, currently in 2nd position. Shania Nelson, South City Rising Stars, silver medalist at the Republic Bank Intercall Games here in Grenada. She's currently sitting in 3rd. It's just about 9.5 on the clock. About 1,100 meters left in this event. It's John Williams Nelson as they approach the 200-meter mark. And it seems we're going to have a changing of the guard here. Inside 200 meters to go in this lap. John completed this event in 12 minutes, 8.03 seconds to grab the gold at the ISAC Championships in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We're going to see if she's going to be able to hold on to her lead. She set the pace. She's currently still leading the pack, heading into the home straight on this lap. It's still John Williams Nelson. Aya Stapleton and Afia Thomas, also of High Performance. Currently sitting in 4th and 5th respectively. And we have the changing of the guard. Nelson moves into the leading position. So it's Nelson John Williams As they approach the 300-meter mark, John and Nelson tussling down the back straight. Stride for stride, John moves back into the leading position. She's able to complete this. She's been able to complete this just over 12 minutes. It's 11 and a half on the clock. Nelson moves ahead. So it's Nelson of South City Rising Stars, silver medalist in this event at the Intercall Games in Grenada. She begins her kick, separating from John. So it's Nelson, John, Williams. And Nelson turns into the home straight. That's Shania Nelson of the South City Rising Stars. And the bell sounds. So there seems to be some confusion. Still one final lap to go in this event. The bell has sounded. Cassie and John now begins her stride as she approaches the 200-meter mark. That's John of High Performance. So a round of applause for athletes as they make their way home in the women's 3,000-meter run open.
Ladies and gentlemen, that's the completion of the first event on track for Whitsuntide Games 2024. Event number 70, Women 3000 meter run open. First of the track events. Next up, we continue on the track with event number 71. That is the boys 5000 meter run open international. Event 71. Men 5,000 meter run open international, the next event on track. The 5,000 meters, that will be 12 and a half laps of the track here at Grenada Games Athletic Stadium. Second track event for the Whitsuntide Games 2024. Top clubs across the Southern Caribbean competed for championship glory. It's a BC of a track and field in the Grenada, the Caribbean, and the international community. We've just witnessed the start of the 5,000 meters run open men international. Second on track here at the Grenada James Athletic Stadium for Whitsuntide 2024. This event, we witnessed 7 athletes in competition. We have Tyrone Jacobs, South City representatives with the early lead. Edison Howard of the Grenada Boys Secondary, the leading 2 at this moment. 7 athletes in event number 71. This is an announcement for the driver of P3057. Driver of P3057, the authorities are requesting of you to report to your vehicle and move it from the area in which is currently parked. Again, driver P3057, please report to your vehicle. You're asked to find alternative parking. Once again, P3057, please attend to your vehicle and move it from where it's parked. As we see, it is still South City Rising Stars. Tyrone Jacobs leads at the 600 meters mark in the event, followed by Edison Howard of the GBSS. Darius Hadding, Burnley Athletic Club, is also in the mix. You're leading through Nicholas Frederick. Finish line, Sports Finish line is also in the mix. So that's your top 4 at the moment. Just about to complete 800 meters in the event. That is 2 laps. Still have another 10 and a half laps to go in event 71. Quite a bit of action left to go in this, the first session. We can see we have action about to get started in the long jump that is happening closer to us on the main stand. Also, we see the athletes going through their paces in the javelin. So very soon we're going to see action start in a couple of the field disciplines. But the action is currently on the track in the 5,000 meter run. It is still Jacob of South City Rising Stars, Darius Harding of Burnley Academy, and Nicholas Frederick at finish line. They are the top 3 at this point in the race. Work continues to, Jacob, my apologies, continues to lead in this event. Quite comfortably ahead. Still a lot of running to go in this one. The 5,000 meters open men. South City Rising Stars, Burnley Athletic Club. It is still Jacobs leading. Zachary Burke Mustangs, he's into the second position at the moment. In third, Darius Harding of Burnley Athletic Club. Nicholas Frederick, Henrik Francois, Edison Howard, Ashandaka Solane. They are the remaining athletes in this event, 7 of them. 10 and a half laps of the track. Whitsuntide 2024. We want to say special thanks to all the visiting athletes and clubs who've journeyed, whether they've come from the south, the east, or the north, to join us here in Grenada on Whitsuntide Weekend 2024 for the Whitsuntide Games. As another lap is completed, that makes it 7 more laps in the event. 7 more laps in the event. It is still Jacobs, South City Rising Stars, Mustangs, Burnley Athletic Club, your top three. Finish line is also in the mix. See Tyrone Jacob. He is continuing to maintain the lead. He has opened up over the chasing pack. Two immediately behind him, but he's sitting comfortably as he enters the home straight for this lap. He still has another 6 laps to go to complete the 5,000 meter run open for men international. Tyrone Jacob, South City Rising Stars, lead with 6 laps to go. He has already lapped 1 runner in this race on the heels of a second. As the athletes, they opt for some, they have the opportunity to get some water on the back straight. So far they have, on this lap, they've elected not to. Tyrone Jacobs continues to lead, extending that lead above the chasing pack, which is led, going stride by stride, second for second. Darius Haddock, Burnley Athletic, and Zachary Hepburn of Mustang. Their goal is about 40 meters ahead of them. Tyrone Jacobs, South City Rising Stars, completes another lap. That makes it 5 more laps to go in the event. 5 more laps to go. That is for the leading athletes in the event. It is Whitsuntide Games 2024 in progress on the track. Event 71, the men 5,000 meters run open international. 7 athletes started this event in the quest for the 5,000 meter champion. Leading the event with 4 laps to go for the leading athletes. Tyrone Jacob, South City Rising Stars. In second, Darius Haddock, Burnley Athletic. And in third, Zachary Hepburn of Mustangs. Your top 3 athletes with 4 laps to go. It is Tyron Jacobs continuing to maintain his lead, comfortable lead, above Darius Harding of Burnley Athletic, Zachary Hepburn of Mustangs. The athletes just completed another lap. So that means we've got, for the leading athletes in this event, 3 laps to go. For the leading athletes in this event, 3 laps to complete. Tyron Jacob continues to lead in this one. Just about 60, 70 meters gap between him and the athlete in second, Darius Harding of Burnley Athletic. Back in third, Zachary Hepburn of Mustangs. 2 laps to go for the leading athletes. 2 more laps to for the leading athletes in this one. It's 2 laps to go as we see Tyron Jacob. He continues to lead. Darius Harding back in a distance second, and further back in third, Zachary Hepburn of Mustangs. Your top 3 at the moment. For the leader in this one, Tyron Jacob, he just has 600 meters left to complete the event. Certainly looking to continue to widen the gap between himself and second position. Second event on track here at Whitsuntide Games 2024. As Jacob enters the home straight for the penultimate time, he will shortly hear the bell indicating that he has 1 more lap left in the event. Tyron Jacob, South City Rising Stars leads on the lap, the bell lap. Continues to lengthen those strides, widen the gap between himself, Darius Harding in second, and Zachary Hepburn in third. .200 laps and 200 meters left in the event for the leader. It's a dominant performance. Tyron Jacob, South City Rising Stars. 150 meters left. He's about to enter the home straight for the final time. The National Stadium, let's welcome home Tyron Jacob, South City Rising Stars. In the 5,000 meters open, he's your champion.
What a dominant performance. South City Rising Stars, Tyron Jacob in second. Darius Harding of Burnley Athletic. And we await third place finisher in this one. On the home straight, Zachary Hepburn of Mustangs. As he about to cross the finish line, to finish third in the event. Our top three unofficially: Zachary Hepburn of Mustangs, Darius Harding, Burnley Athletic, and Tyrone Jacob, your winner, South City Rising Stars, 16 minutes, 45.85 seconds. Momentarily, we're going to get an introduction for the field in the under 17 girls. A long jump.
Thank you very much, Kerry. We get set now for the girls under 17 long jump. Introducing your field for this event. Representing the finish line, Sports Club, Angel Lewis. Representing the St. David Trackblazers, Talia Desant. Also representing St. David Trackblazers, Sydney Douglas. Representing the Proformers Track Club, Kaisha Husbands. Representing Altitude Track Club, she's your national champs under 17 champion, Christina Charles. Representing High Performance, she's your ISAC champion from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Ali McDowell. Representing Zenith Athletics, she is your Trinidad and Tobago under 17 champion, Zaya Tobias. Representing St. Andrews Anglican Secondary, Kate Fletcher. Representing Roses Academy out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Alika Smith. And rounding out your field, representing Carriacou, Kayla Allen. This is your field for the girls long jump under 17.
Quite an exciting lineup. We've heard the under 17 champion of Trinidad and Tobago, the under 17 champion St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the under 17 champion of Grenada. It is going to be an exciting event, and we ask you to pay keen attention to the girls under 17 long jump.
We'll now introduce to you the field for the Women's Long Jump Open International. Introducing your field for this event. Representing the Finish Line Sports Club, Ziana Bain. Representing Ace Track Club, Brunel Thomas. Representing Exceed Sports Club, Fianzia Laborde. Also representing Exceed Sports Club, Amaya Edwards. And rounding out your field, representing the South City Rising Stars, Destiny Langain. This is your field for the Women's Long Jump Open International.
Okay.
So that brings the competition event number 71, the 5,000 meter run open for men. All athletes have completed this one. Once again, congratulate the top three finishers in this event. Zachary Hepburn of Mustangs, 17 minutes, 22.74 seconds. In second position, it goes to Darius Harding, Burnley Athletic, 16 minutes, 54.16. And your champion in the 5,000 meters run open for men is Tyrone Jacob, South City Rising Stars, 16 minutes, 45.18 seconds. On the men's open, 5,000 meters run. It's an exciting day of track and field before us, the 2024 Whitsuntide Games. As we've heard, the action is getting started in the long jump for the under 17 and open women. Also on the far side of the field, we're going to see action momentarily in the javelin. Shortly, we're going to get an idea as to the athletes slated to complete in this event. And if we turn our attention to the track, we can see that the tracks are being prepared for the next set of events to occur on track. We're going to see some huddles action, 100 meters huddles. Reminding you that we encourage you to stay hydrated. We're in for some very hot conditions here at the Kieran James Athletic Stadium. So do keep yourself hydrated. It is going to be a day of high, intense, competitive, compelling action. And we ask you to remain hydrated. Have your water, have your fluids, visit the various bars and stalls, and make sure that you stay hydrated for the 2020 Whitsuntide Games.
The next event on track, that is going to be event 72, the women's 100 meters hurdles open international. We're going to see 3 sections. So just to recap, the next event on track will be event 72, the 100 meters hurdles open international. The preliminaries for this event, we're gonna see 3 of those. Momentarily, we'll give you an idea as to who is going to be competing in the first, as when the athletes take their positions on the start at the event. So 3 preliminaries for this one. Event 72, the 100 meters hurdles open international. All right, to provide some updates as it relates to the next set of events. The events 72 and 73, that is the women 100 meters hurdles open international and men 110 meter hurdles open international. Both events will be a straight final, and those events will be held later on this afternoon. Carded for 4:15 and 4:20 p.m. The finals of the 100 meters hurdles open men and 100 open women, 100 meters hurdles open women, and men 100 meters, 110 meters hurdles open will be held later on this evening. Both of them will be a straight final. We can further inform you that the next event on track will be a series of 100 meters in the girls under 15 and boys under 15 100 meters dash preliminaries. So next up is the girls and boys 100 meters dash under 15 preliminaries. Whitsuntide 2024, in the 50th anniversary of our nation's independence. We want to once again welcome the Caribbean to Grenada for this beautiful weekend of action here today in the 2024 Whitsuntide Games. We welcome all our participants from Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Antigua and Barbuda. It's always a pleasure having you here in Grenada, where you can bring your own flavor to our Whitsuntide action. We've got action going on in the field events. Event 1, the girls long jump on the 17. Simultaneously, event number 3, the women's long jump open international. And in the field, we also have action in the boys javelin on the 17 and on the 20 ongoing, along with the men's javelin throw open international. But on the track, we're going to see shortly the start of the 100 meters for under 15s in the boys and girls category. That is event 33 and 34 respectively. And on the southern end of the ground, we see the athletes are going through their paces for the start of the men and boys on the 17 long jump, high jump. So the bottom end of the track will be the boys high jump, and on the tracks, first up, the girls 100 meters dash on the 15. Event 33, the girls 100 meters dash on the 15. We should have 3 preliminaries in this event. In heat 1, lane 2, Ariana Miller of High Performance. Lane 3, Eliza Rose Benjamin, St. David's Track Blazers. Lane 4, Brianna Charles, St. Andrew Anglican Secondary. Lane 5, Sarah Sandy, Finish Line. Lane 6, Shalise Williams, High Performance. Your athletes for the first of 3 heats in the girls 100 meters dash on the 15. It is a nice clean start there. Lane number 2, Ariana Miller, High Performance. She is running fast and strong, and she's going to win that ahead of Eliza Rose Benjamin, St. David's Track Blazers, and Sarah Sandy of Finish Line. Top 3, Sarah Sandy, Finish Line Sports Club, 13.19 seconds. In second position, Eliza Rose Benjamin, St. David's Track Blazers, 13.14 seconds. And your winner of this heat, Ariana Miller, High Performance, 12.92 seconds. So the finishers again in this one, as we move to the start list for heat number 2. And then we'll also see actions. The athletes are going through the paces in the high jump, the southern end. The boys on the 17 high jump. Athletes are going through the paces for the start of this event. Heat number 2 in event 33, the girls 100 meters dash under 15. In lane 1, Carla Barnett, High Performance. Lane 3, Brianna Oliver, Altitude. Lane 4, Zaya Tobias, Zenith Athletic Club. Lane 5, Malia Cupid, Zenith Athletic Club. And in lane 6, Loria Stapleton, Runners Athletic. Your start list for Heat 2 in the girls 100 meters dash under 15. And they are off. Is this oh, they have been recalled. They have been recalled. Heat 2 of the girls on the 1500 meters dash. We will have to go all over again. We await the decisions of the starters, as the athletes have been recalled to The athletes, they get set for a second time in the blocks. Second of 3 heats. And they're off cleanly for the second time. In lane 5, Malia Cupid. That's lane 4. Zaya Tobias. Zenith Athletic Club 1-2 in this one. 1-2 finish for Zenith Athletic in heat number 2. Zaya Tobias. Our top 3. Brianna Oliver, Altitude Track Club, 13.04 seconds. Second, Malia Cupid, Zenith Athletic Club, 12.43 seconds. And our winner of Heat 2, Zaya Tobias, Zenith Athletic Club, 12.28 seconds. Our top 3 finishers. Next up, two of 3 heats completed in the girls 100 meters dash on the 15. We're going to see shortly the 3rd heat. On the completion of the preliminaries for the under 15 girls, we're going to witness the boys under 1500 meters dash. Quite a bit of action. Here's that list for heat 3 of 3 in the girls 100 meters dash under 15. Your starters. In lane 1, sorry, it doesn't seem that we have a lane 1. So we go to lane 2, Calvinique York, Exceed Sports Club. Lane 3, Kaya Swan, Fusion. Lane 4, Jael Peters, Burnley Athletic Club. Lane 5, Michaelia Phillip, St. David's Track Blazers. And in lane number 7, Performers Track Club, Jemiah Williams. 5 athletes in heat number 3 of 3. And they are off. It is a nice, clean start. Jael Peters, Burnley Academy, she's coming over with this one. Followed by Jemiah Williams. Fusion Athletics is in the mix. So it's Burnley Athletic, Fusion Athletics, and Performer Track Club. Unofficially, your top 3. Jemiah Williams, Performer Track Club, 13.43 seconds. Kaya Swan, Fusion Athletics, 13.27 seconds. And your winner of Heat 3, Jael Peters, Burnley Academy, 12.84 seconds. That was the completion of the preliminaries in the under 15 girls 100 meters. We now turn our attention to the track for the boys. The 100 meters dash under 15 for boys. Heat 1. We have 4 athletes carded for this heat. Your start list for Heat 1 in the boys 100 meters dash under 15. Lane 3, Antonel Daniel, Westerhall Secondary. Lane 2, Shaquan Douglas of Zenith Athletic, and he is off fast. Quite finishing strongly there. Zenith Academy. Lane 3, second place goes to Tiquan Boston of Carriacou Athletic Club. And in third position, Antonel Daniel of Westerhall Secondary School. Also in the event, Shijoke Kalu, St. Francis Academy, St. Francis College, ran out of lane number 7. In third position, Antonel Daniel, Westerhall Secondary. Second position, Tiquan Boatswain, Carriacou. And your winner, Shaquan Douglas of Zenith Athletic Club, 11.31 seconds. That was the completion of the first of 3. The first in 4 heats. For qualification, only 4 athletes will be moving on from the heat. They will meet the top 4 athletes in the nation in the finals. So the 4 fastest times in the heats advance to the final, which will be held later on this afternoon. Both for the boys and girls, top 4 in the nation advance to the final, and they will be joined by the 4 fastest times from the heats. We get set for heat number 2 of 4. Event 34. Your start list for the second heat in this preliminary. Lane 2, Azaria Hooper, Roses Academy. Lane 3, Tre Sparks St. Bernard, Fusion Athletics. Lane 4, Delron Dumont, St. Andrew Anglican Secondary. Lane 5, Christopher Aline, Performers. Lane 6, Dante Oliver, St. Andrew Anglican Secondary. And in lane 7, Vincent Smith, Roses Academy. Your start list for heat 2 of 4 in the boys 100 meters dash under 15.
On your mark.
Lot of action to come on this beautiful Saturday when we host the 2024 Whitsuntide Games. We're inviting you to keep hydrated. It is going to be some steamy conditions here at the National Stadium, so all athletes, patrons, spectators, do stay hydrated. And they are off. Quite good running there, Christopher Aline, Performer Track Club, St. Andrew Anglican Secondary, Delron Dumont, Dante Oliver. But it is Christopher Aline, Performer Track Club, unofficially a winner of heat number 2. Reminding you that the top 4 fastest, best times in the heats advance to the final, where they will be coming up against the top 4 athletes in the nation. In third position, Dante Alexander Oliver, SAS, 12.11 seconds. In second position, Delron Dumont, SAS, 12 seconds flat. And your winner, Christopher Aline, Performer Track Club, 11.68 seconds. We await to see whether 11.68 is good enough to grant him a spot in the final later on this afternoon. The next heat, the athletes, they're already on the track for this one. In lane 2, Jariel Atkins, Zenith Athletics. Lane 3, Zuriel Fleming, Top Flight Track Club. Lane 5, Isaiah John, Burnley Athletic. Lane 6, Philip Mitchell, SAS. Lane 7, Nicholas Fornillier, St. Francis College. Your start list for heat 3 of 4.
Stand. Lane 8, your knee has to be on the ground. Lane 8, your knee has to be on the ground. Lane 7, sorry. Okay, stand. Stand and wait on me now. On your mark.
Oh, they have been recalled. The boys in heat 3 of 4 in the under 15 boys 100 meters dash, they have been recalled by the starters. We await the deliberations by the starters. The 5 athletes, they await the decision of the starters for the restart of the 3rd heat.
Meanwhile, at the southern end of the Granny James Athletic Stadium, Jermaine Donald, Fusion Athletics, about to make his first jump in the men's high jump open international.
The athletes have been shown the yellow card. That means it's a warning to the entire field. So they will be safe for now, and they'll be allowed to restart the event with all 5 athletes in contention.
On your mark. Okay, please stand. On your mark. Set.
And they are off. Burnley Athletics off fast. So too is Top Flight, but it's Burnley Athletics SAS Top Flight. Reminding you, the fastest 4 times across the heats advance to the final to meet the top 4 from Grenada. It's going to be quite an action-packed afternoon session with a series of final events. Zuriel Fleming, Top Flight Track Club, 11.97 seconds. Philip Mitchell SAS, 11.79 seconds. And Isaiah John, Burnley Athletic, 11.50 seconds. Final event on the final heat in the event. It's about to commence. We see the athletes. They've taken the track for the start of the event. Only 3 athletes are registered for this event or will start this event. In lane number 1, Henley Junior Boucher, High Performance. Lane 2, Danville Peters, Exceed Sports Club. And in lane number 4, Aiden Davidson, Burnley Athletic. 3 athletes in this one, running for time to get into the finals, which is going to happen a bit later today.
On your mark. On your mark.
And they have been recalled. The starters, as we've seen for this event, had to recall the athletes. We are with the deliberations, and we're going to inform you shortly as to the decisions. 3 athletes in heat number 4 running for time to get into the final. Top 4 times across the 4 heats will advance to the final, where they will meet the top 4 athletes in the nation in this discipline during the season. Again, the yellow card has been shown to the field. That means that they're safe for now to go for another try.
On your mark. Set.
And they're off a second time. The 100 meters on the 15 boys. Burnley Athletic, Aiden Davidson. He's storming over with this one. On the outside, high performance. But it's Burnley Athletic, Aiden Davidson, winning in a very fast time. 11.33 seconds. That's the completion of the heat in the boys 100 meters dash under 15. Next up is going to be more 100 meters action. We will witness the girls under 17 and followed by the boys under 17. Also following that will be the boys 100 meters dash under 20. So it's a lot of 100 meters to come, sprint action. You blink and you miss it. Next up will be the girls under 17. Your start list for the first heat of 3 in the girls 100 meters dash under 17. In lane 1, Destiny Bruce, performers. Lane 2, lane 6, Samara Alexis, MVP. And in lane 7, Haley Boucher, high performance. High performance. 3 athletes. Sorry, I make it 4 athletes. My apologies. The board is saying 3. But in lane 2, it is Kaisha Husbands of Performers Track Club. 4 athletes in heat number 1. And here off the box flat on the outside is high performers. Haley Boucher on the inside of the track. Lane 2, Kaisha Husbands. Performers, it's performers, high performance, performers, and MVP. Reminding you, it's top 4 times across the heats advanced to the final to meet the top 4 performers from Grenada during the year. Your top 3 in this one: Destiny Bruce,
performers, 13.91 second. Lane 2 in second position, Haley Boucher, high performers, 13.33 seconds. And the winner, Kaisha Husbands, performers, 12.85 seconds. It is going to be a packed field for the second heat. In lane 1, Melissa Solomon, high performance. Lane 2, Keisha Burton, maximizing athletic. Lane 3, Christina Charles, altitude track club. Lane 4, Brandy Taylor, finish line. Lane 5, Makeda Sylvan Henry, 473 MVP. Lane 6, Kayla McIntyre, finish line. Lane 7, Kenisha Richards, high performance. And in lane 8, Garcia Leggedworth, high performance.
On your mark.
And they are off in the middle of the track. Lane 3, Christina Charles on the outside. Lane 7, Kenisha Richards, high performance. It is high performance. Altitude, 1, 2. In third position, Kayla McIntyre, finish line. Second position, Christina Charles, altitude. And your winner, Kenisha Richards, high performance, 12.10 seconds. Heat number 2 of 3 in the girls under 17 100 meters dash. The next event the athletes are on the track. We've got 3 athletes lined up for this one. Lane 2, Shakina Francis, high performance. Lane 3, Rosemary Thomas, Velocity Track Club. And in lane 5, Antonia Haynes, Exceed Sports Club. Your starters for heat number 3.
On your mark. Set. Done, please.
And they are off. Rosemary Thomas, Velocity Track Club. Shakina Francis, High Performance, who is running out with this one. High Performance, Velocity Track Club, Exceed Sports Club. It is Shakina Francis of High Performance, winner unofficially of this third heat. Third position, Antonia Haynes, Exceed Sports Club. In second position, Rosemary Thomas, Velocity Track Club. And the winner, Shakina Francis, High Performance, 12.16 seconds. This brings an end to the preliminaries in the 100 meters for the under 17 girls, event 35. We'll turn our attention now to event 36, the boys 100 meters dash under 17. In this one, we carded to have 6 preliminaries. Six preliminaries for event 36, the boys 100 meters dash under 17. The starters in this event. Lane 1, Leonardo Grant, High Performance. Lane 2, Daniel Little, Athletics Sports Club. Lane 3, Tevez Lewis, Altitude Track Academy. Lane 4, Caden Herbert, Memphis Pioneers. Lane 5, Kazim James, St. Vincent Grammar School. In lane 6, Keandre McCoy, Mustangs. And in lane 7, Zafroy Babo, High Performance. Your start list for the first of 6 heats in the boys 100 meters dash under 17.
On your mark.
And they are off. Heat 1 in the 100 meters under 17 boys. Lane 1, Leonardo Grant. He is ahead and he's going to win this one quite comfortably. Leonardo Grant off. High Performers. Your top 3, Kazim James, St. Vincent Grammar School. In third, Tevez Lewis, Altitude. In second, and your winner, Leonardo Grant, 11.36 seconds, representing High Performers. We get set for the next heat. Remaining is 6 heats in this event, so it's going to be continuous action on the track here for the morning session. Lane 1, Justin Lampkin, Roses Academy. Lane 2, Keyshawn Charles, High Performance. Lane 3, LeBron Granger, South City Rising Stars. Lane 4, Amedius Ferguson, Zenith Athletic. Lane 5, Aiden Charles, Mustangs. And in lane 7, Jonte Olive, Exceed Sports Club.
On your mark. Set.
And they are off. Turn your attention to the outside. It is Jonte Oliver Exceed. He is just going to get it on the line ahead of Ferguson. So we are with the official results. Jonte Oliver Exceed Sports Club in third position. LeBron Granger, South City Rising Stars. Lane 2, Amedius Ferguson, Zenith Athletic Club. And your winner for the second heat, Jonte Oliver, Exceed Sports Club, 11.48 seconds. That was 2 of 6. We now get set for 3 of 6. In lane 1, Julian Hendrickson, High Performance. Lane 2, DeAndre Gloucester, High Performance. Lane 3, DeMar Michael, Mustangs. Lane 4, Omari Brown, Neon Wolves. Lane 5, Don Sincere, Athletic Track Club. Lane 6, Riley Forrester, Finish Line. And in lane 7, Naziri Nash, High Performance. Your start list for the third of 6 heats in the boys under 17 100 meters dash.
It is in lane 4. That is Michael and Brown in lane 5. But it seems to be the more Michael of Mustangs. Neon Wolves, Omari Brown, strong run from the athletes in lane 5. In third position, Naziri Nash, High Performance. In second position, Omari Brown, Neon Wolves, and your winner in 11.26 seconds, Drawn Sincere. The next heat, which is going to be heat 4 of 6. Only 3 athletes to contest this event. Lane 4, Jakai Brewster, Extreme Velocity. Lane 5, Andre Fletcher Jr., St. David's Track Blazers. And in lane 6, Cody Smalls, representing Performers.
On your mark. Set.
It is a fast start for Jakai Brewster, Extreme Velocity. He storms away with this, the 4th heat. Woo! It is a wind-assisted time, heavy wind, but Jakai Brewster, he wins it in a wind-aided 10.65 seconds. The win 8.1 seconds, 8.1 meters per second. A win aided 10.65 seconds to Jakai Brewster to win the 4th heat. Andre Fletcher Jr., St. David's Track Blazers in second. And Cody Small, Performance Track Club in third. We get set for heat number 5. In lane 1, AJ Bowens, High Performance. Lane 3,
Amari Francis, Fusion Athletics. In lane 4, Abe Olushuayo, Velocity Track Club. Lane 6, Joseph Pope. So it looks like it's just going to be 3 athletes in this one. Lane 1, lane 3, and lane 4. High Performance Fusion Athletics and Velocity Track Club.
On your mark.
'Set. It is a nice clean start. Toba Abe Velocity Track Club. He is storming away with this one. Ahead of Amari Francis, Fusion Athletics, and AJ Bowens, High Performance. In third position, AJ Bowens, High Performance. Second position, Amari Francis. And your winner, Toba Abe Velocity Track Club, 11.39 seconds.
So as we get set for our next event on the track, down here in front of the main stand, entering into the final round of the women's long jump, under 17, currently leading the field in this event, is Zaya Tobias of Zenith Athletics Club. .38 meters, currently leading the field. Directly on her heels, Christina Charles of the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary School. She's 5.35 meters. The final jump in the women's long jump under 17.
On your mark. On your mark.
We see 2 athletes down for the final heat. Alexis Banwell, High Performance, and Trey Sprott, Mustangs. And they are off. It's High Performance Mustangs. It's Mustangs. Trey Sprott of Mustangs running away, storming away with this one. Trey Sprott Mustangs wins the final heat. And in second position, Alexis Barnwell, High Performance, 12.63 seconds. This brings the curtains down on the under 17 boys 100 meters preliminaries. Reminding that the final for this event will be held later on this afternoon. The top 4 times from the preliminaries advances to the final, where they will meet the top 4 performers in the nation during the course of the year. So it's going to be an exciting final, which is going to happen in the latter session of today's action, as we get set now for the next event on track. That will be the boys 100 meters dash under 20. Boys 100 meters dash under 20 preliminaries. We have 5 preliminaries carded for this. 5 heats in the preliminary stage of competition. And again, it is going to be an action-packed preliminary stage of the competition. in the boys 100 meters dash under 20.
So as we get set for our next event, updating the women's...
Well, it is just after 11 o'clock, well, closer to 12 o'clock local time in Grenada, 11:39 by our clock here. That makes it just about 21 minutes before noon. And welcome to the Whitsuntide Games 2024. Grenada again hosting these Whitsuntide Games, of course, with a whole lot of athletes in from around the region. And, of course, Grenada well represented by various track clubs. My name is Jason Skeet, and with me is Clyde Rondell John. Clyde, good morning.
Good morning, Jason, and again, it's good to be back at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium, bringing all the action in this year's Whitsuntide Games.
Yeah, it is, in fact, a pleasure to be back here because we know that a lot of sporting activities would have taken place here over the last couple of months, and the most recent one, of course, being the Carifta Games, in which Grenada did very well. Now, there are a number of athletes here who would be eyeing Carifta Games next year. The games next year will be held in Trinidad and Tobago, and they'll be looking forward to that as well. But here, the meat of the matter this morning into the afternoon is the Whitsuntide Games 2024. And over 200 athletes from around the region here in Grenada for these games. Athletes from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Trinidad and Tobago, Barbados, athletes from, yes, we did mention St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Barbados, St. Vincent, Canada. There is a contingent from Canada as well, and of course Grenada. So a very good day it's going to be here for track and field. We missed a couple of events earlier on this morning, of course. We were waiting to be fed a whole lot of information, but we're not going to go back and dwell on that. We have what we have now, so we are about to start. And we had a couple of events already ran off for the morning. We witnessed earlier, just before we came on the air, the boys 100 meter under 17 dash. We've just started with the heats of the boys 100 meter under 20. Now, there are 5 preliminaries in this one, 5 heats to be run off in this one. We just saw Heat 1 with Kyle Ned of Ace Track Club in Grenada and DeAndre Andel of Ace as well in just over 10 seconds. So pretty good showing there for them in this heat. Because there are 5 heats, the top finisher from every heat and then the 3 fastest second places will advance to the finals to fill the 8 lanes. So we just saw heat number 1, and we're getting ready for heat number 2 now of the boys 100 meter under 20. Performers Track Club is here from Barbados. That's Reginaldo Spencer. He's out of Barbados, of course. Stallion Athletics. Stallion Athletics is represented here in the person of Lalido, Jonathan Lalido. Mustangs represented here as well. Mustangs from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Ace Track Club, Shaquan Toussaint is running out of lane 4. And Mikhail Redhead, that's a familiar name, out of St. David's, running out of lane 5. And lane 6, Excel Track Club. Excel Track Club is still trying to get all the information as it was fed to us, but Excel Track Club, Rondell is going to find it. But we don't have a full start in this one. Extreme Velocity, we have Extreme Velocity here as well. But Extreme Velocity is... They gave it to us, and how they gave it to us,
Okay.
it made it very difficult. They're from Barbados. Right? And Excel Track Club, of course, is from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Yes, we've got that. right? So heat number 2 of the boys under 20, 100 meters.
We just had a false start. Hopefully it would be a faulty start, as we often would say, and not a false start.
Shaquan Toussaint from Ace Track Club running out of lane 4 had the fastest time coming in, the fastest qualifying time coming in of 10.80. He's the person on your screen now. Wearing number 54. Shaquan Toussaint running out of lane 4. The fastest qualifying time coming in, 10.80. After that, it was 11.06 by Mikel Redhead, who's in lane 5 on his right. That's Redhead there in wearing 578. So those were the top 2 fast qualifiers coming into this one. Toussaint and Redhead, 4 and 5. A pretty decent day. We've got no lack of sunshine for sure. Good for athletics. The heat has been very recognized in Grenada and its dependencies and neighboring islands. It has been very dominant, and the outfield and the distance, even behind the athletes, you can see there's very little greenery. If you look up to the hills, a wide shot of our stadium just in the back of us would show you that just a little bit of drizzle we had over the last couple of days, and the trees already starting to soak it in and feel that nourishment, and you could start to see a little green, but it has been predominantly dark and dry, and that of course had to do with or treacherous 30, 31, 32, 33, even sometimes as high as 35 degrees heat, and very little rainfall over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, certainly we've experienced quite a number of heat waves over the past weeks, and I think the rainfall is something that Grenadans will welcome.
It's a Saturday, no major crowd in as yet. We anticipate that as we get later into the afternoon, you're going to see things building up here at the National Stadium. We're getting ready for heat number 2 of 5 of the boys 100 meter under 20.
And they seem to be off now. Clean break, and it's looking good. It's lane 1. And here comes Mustang. Pretty decent run there by the youngster from Mustangs.
There's Delron Delplesh from Mustangs out of St. Vincent. So
yeah, just having a good middle phase of his running. Was able to really excel coming to the end of his race. The top end speed carrying him through. Performer in lane 1, I think they got a pretty decent start, and he did really well to run back and to catch him halfway through.
10.76, that's a good run by Delron Delplesh out of St. Vincent Mustangs. Looking back at the race, even with my photographic memory, I can tell you his form was magnificent. He stayed on point, he never looked flustered, never changed his stride, and he danced a little bit to his right, but that was just trying to stay just on the edge of the lane, then drifting back and forth into the middle. The middle of the lane is where you really want to be, all right, because moving from left to right, you're eating up valuable time on the clock that you shouldn't be. But he doesn't look jaded, not even the slightest. So it tells us that he has a lot more left in his tank.
Yeah, you can see that he actually shut it down a bit before the finish line, which says to you that he's just trying to make sure that he gets through the rounds, and hopefully later on you would see, the blister and pace that he suggests that he has.
All right, well, he's into the finals. Remember, because there are 5 preliminaries, it's going to be the winner from every heat and then the 3 fastest losers. Or is it?
No, so they would come up against the top 4 from Grenada.
Oh, that is what it is.
Yeah, so the top 4 fastest qualifiers would come up against the top 4 from Team Grenada.
Jaden Phillips, Zenith Athletics. Lane 5, Dave Laborde, Mustangs. Lane 6, Morzat Junior Lafayette, High Performance. And in lane 7, Sydney Gibbs, Maximizing Athletics.
All right, well, thanks a lot for that clarification, Clyde Rondell John. It's important that we get the clarification. Came a little bit late, thanks to John L. Mitchell. Yeah, brought it up for us, so we were able to start. Going to give you a rundown as to the 4 fastest men that Clyde Rondell John was speaking about in just a little bit from Grenada. Let's take in heat number 3 of 5.
It seems again to have a faulty start. These boys are itching. They really want to showcase what they have worked hard over the past year trying to perfect. It's really an art, this athletics. Have to get everything running in a rhythm. It has to have, the right amount of power, the right amount. Everything just has to be synchronized.
Well, Omar McKenzie of Tranquil, this is out of Trinidad and Tobago. Quinel Pierre of MVP, 473 MVP. Marquis Davis of Memphis Pioneer, he's right there among them. It's a good clean start now. Everybody's out, up, running. 5 of them in this one. Still too early to call, but keep your eyes now. This looks like lane 4, yes. And running out of lane 4, Jaden Phillips of Zenith Athletics. And Jaden Phillips just separating himself with about 25 to 30 meters to go. That's when he started to really separate himself. And Zenith Athletics, in the person of Jaden Phillip, out of Trinidad and Tobago, coming through in that one and winning in 10.94.
Yeah, really good run by him. I think he had the presence of mind to, really hold his form. Really just doing well, was ahead. Look at the arms pumping. He had a bit of challenge coming to the end, but he was just able to, really keep his composure and come through really nicely.
Well, that's good for him, Phillips. So he's into the finals. The other 4 fastest Grenadians that we were speaking about, Emilio Blanco Bishop, his time 10.48. Samuel Green 10.51. Ethan Sam 10.59. And Ian George 10.74. So they are the 4 fastest under 20 boys over 100 meters in that order. Blanco Bishop, Samuel Green, Ethan Sam, and Ian George. 10.48 down to 10.74.
Yeah, so that is, these boys are trying to qualify to meet with these top 4 athletes. It's really interesting, looking at the qualifications, and it will give you some sort of preview as to what is to come.
And in lane 7, Omarion Douglas, Excel Track Club.
We have qualifying times for most of the athletes in this one. The fastest one that we have coming in is Nathan Hilaire from MVP, 10.99. Oh no, we have St. Kitts and Nevis. There's Aldred Nesbitt from St. Vincent and Nevis. St. Kitts and Nevis, sorry. St. Kitts and Nevis, 10.60. So he's the fastest coming into this one. He's running out of lane 4. You would see him wearing 457 on his chest. That's him right there in lane 4. That's Aldred Nesbitt out of St. Kitts and Nevis, 10.60, the fastest qualifier coming into this one. He's in the middle of the field. And that's not a bad time at all, 10.60.
Yeah, that says he has some speed with him. And this track being that fast track that it is, one would expect that he can lower that time.
Good morning to our friends viewing across all social media platforms, our friends on the TNR Communications YouTube platform. We got you, we see you. Thanks a lot for spending time with us here. Garrett Bale and Sophia Hooper, Odella Thomas, Florence Smith, Ansel Joseph, just to say hi to a few. Thanks a lot for being here with us on the TNR Communications YouTube platform. And tell more of your friends about it, and of course let them join in, because we've got a full day of athletics here at the Kirani James National Athletic Stadium. Of course, a precursor as to what's to come, because we've got more athletic action to come from Grenada in the coming weeks as our team prepares for Paris 2024.
Yeah, this year being an Olympic year, and even here, quite a few of the athletes are looking to qualify for World Juniors and these types of games. So quite a lot at stake for a lot of these athletes.
All right, well, we're getting ready for heat number 5 of 5. Heat number 5 of 5 there. Tense moment there. And the athlete coming out of the block first. Heat number 4 or 5. Looks like Aldred Nesbitt. He's the danger man in this one if we were to go on the qualifying times. It's Nesbitt.
Yeah, quite a bit of wind out there. It's quite different from conditions earlier in the year, Jason.
Oh, yes, it is. It has been. We weren't expecting this kind of heat at all whatsoever. So we're getting ready for the start of heat number 4 of 5 in the boys 100 meters under 20. There's some big young men. Don't forget we will have the top finishers in this heat, and they will go up against the 4 fastest coming out of Grenada. And Emilio Blanco Bishop leads that field with 10.48. And Samuel Green, 10.51. Ethan Sam, 10.59. And Ian George, 10.74. The word on the ground is that Aldred Nesbitt can do a lot better than 10.60. So we're going to see how that goes. But look out for Nathan Hilaire, 10.99 of a 473 MVP. And Trayvon Stewart of Burnley AC. Trayvon Stewart of Burnley AC. Burnley AC is out of the British Virgin Islands, so look out for him. We're getting ready for the start of Burnley AC is out of Trinidad and Tobago. Burnley AC is out of Trinidad and Tobago. The British Virgin Islands, well, the BVI, they've got a few athletes here with us as well. But Burnley AC is out of Trinidad and Tobago. So look out for the athlete from Burnley AC, in the person of Trayvon Stewart. He came into this one with 10.68. That's a pretty decent run as well. 10.68. Look out for him. Once again, good morning to all our viewers across the various social media platforms. We're getting ready to switch from morning to afternoon. It's just a couple of seconds before 12 o'clock, so we are going to switch over from morning to afternoon by the time we get to this one officially, and they're going to run us into the finish line as we make the switch. The boys are 100 meters under 20, heat number 4 of 5. Good clean start, everybody's out. Maybe not as clean as we thought. Maybe not as clean as we thought. Some tense moments in this one, Clyde. This is in fact a fast one because we've got 1, 2, 3 of the qualifiers coming into this one running under 11, and then another 3 running just at the start of 11. 11.39, 11.05, and 11.32. So this one is a case where everybody's scared of everybody.
Yeah, most definitely. I think there is a bit of tension there. These boys they know that they're fast and they really want to have that advantage. Definitely, it will be interesting to see what the track judge comes out with here now. Is it that you have a faulty start, or is it that somebody has false started? Will be interesting to see. Okay, so it seemed to be the yellow card coming out, so the entire field is charged. So
we want to apologize again to our viewers because a lot of the information we would have received not too long ago, so it's a case of us just putting things together even while our commentary has started. So we're still trying to sort out and make sure that we have the names of the clubs and their origins. But I know our friends in Trinidad and Tobago are very particular. They want us to make sure that they know who is from where and who is not from where. But,
and leading the field, heading into the final round of throws, 56.58 meters, St. David Trailblazers, Rayvon Telesford.
We're going to get some information. The house announcer, of course, just speaking about some of the field events that is ongoing. And we're going to bring you up to speed on that in just a little bit. Again, hopefully we could get to the end of the finish line with this. Aldred Nesbitt is in 4 of St. Kitts. Trayvon Stewart of Burnley is in 5. He's out of Trinidad and Tobago. Look out for Nathan Hilaire. He's in 3 of MVP. That's the start. That's the good start. Clean start. Now this looks like Hilaire. Hilaire is coming forward, but oh, look at this now. But Nesbitt has pulled up, and that has opened the door for Trayvon Stewart of Burnley. That has opened the door for Trayvon Stewart. Nesbitt pulled up with a few meters to go, and Trayvon Stewart was in hot pursuit, and pursuit he did, and that brought him to the finish line. It looks like a close second for Nathan Hilaire, but that's not going to matter for him. The automatic qualifier, of course, will be, yeah, look, he pulled up right there, and then that opened the door for Stewart, and Stewart just lengthened the field, elasticized everyone, and got to the finish line. Good run for him.
yeah, good run for him. You can see him there, still looking pretty strapped, but he has the composure. He recognized that the challenger on his inside is no more, and so he was able to just relax and really get to the finish line.
10.75. That's a pretty decent time. Trayvon Stewart 10.75, a little bit slower than what he qualified with, but 10.75.
Yeah, I think it's early days still. You with the heat of the sun, you want to make sure that you conserve as much energy as possible, and I think he has just done that. A really nice run there. The field looking, really tough there. It's not such a good sight to see whenever you have an athlete having to, be out of a competition in that manner. And so it says that he has worked hard for the year and has to, go back and look after that injury and hopefully come again. One would hope that it's just a bit of cramp, maybe coming from the heat of the weather, and it's not really anything more serious.
Well, in conditions like these, you want to be just sipping on water, staying hydrated. You want to make sure that you stay in the cool just before your race. Don't have this blazing hot sun beating down on you unnecessarily. And because of the amount of fall tee starts, I think the athletes were outside there for maybe just about 5 minutes too long. And 5 minutes too long under these conditions is 5 minutes too long.
Yeah, definitely. You want to be able to come out, have your race, and get back into that shade. You want to make sure that the energy is not sapped from the sun. And I quite agree with you that the faulty starts seem to be putting a bit of pressure on some of the athletes.
Well, we're getting ready for heat number 5 of 5. According to our start list here, 10.62 is the fastest qualifying time coming in. That's Cheerson Liebert out of St. Kitts and Nevis, 10.62. Shea Wickham of Stallion. He came in with the second fastest qualifying time of Stallion Athletics out of Trinidad and Tobago, and his qualifying time was 10.66. So if it's going to come, according to the paper, it's going to come between 4 and 5. But we've seen stranger things happen in our lifetime. Clearly came out of lane 7. And Kyle Lewis. Well, this looks like lane 6. He's out of 7, yes. He was running out of 7. That's Kyle Lewis of St. David's. And he was out of the blocks before everyone else.
Yeah, clearly Kyle not able to hold it in there. And gets another opportunity. I have not seen the track judge come out as yet, so it suggests that he has another opportunity. It's good for them. The one false start rule sometimes could be pretty tough. It's international standard rules, but definitely a little opportunity for the athletes to get a chance to really showcase what they've been working hard, year round for. It's something that I think most athletes would look forward to. As you go up the ranks, it gets tougher. One false start and you're gone. But I think meets like these, you want to give them as much opportunity to, showcase what they've been working on.
Good afternoon to Yulin Weeks out of Barbados. She joined us on our social media platform. So good morning to you. We've just concluded a very busy tourist season here in Grenada, and we know that Barbados still in fact enjoys a little bit of the tourist dollar even outside of the traditional tourist season, so that's pretty good for them.
Yeah, we know how dependent we are in the Caribbean on the tourist dollars. So, if you can get it year round, more or less you want that.
This here is sports tourism, because we have athletes from around the region coming in, and they come with supporters, they come with friends and relatives, and so good sports tourism for us here in Grenada. That's the start now of the boys 100 meters under 20 heat number 5 of 5. And look at lane 3, just as we anticipated from Mustangs. Look at lane 3. But he was just clipped. If we go back, we'll see, because our very efficient team here would walk us through it. We thought that lane 3 was all the way into the finals, but look at how
Kevin
he just
Martin looking
came
good.
at the very last second. And out of lane 6, Kevin Martin of Velocity Track Club, who came in with a qualifying time of 11.50, gave us 11.13 in this one. He came from behind and, did what he had to do.
Yeah, good run from Martin. Really looked to remain as composed as ever. I think he understood his race. He executed his race in a manner that says, okay, I'm building, I'm going to build that top end speed and just maintain that form as I get closer to the end there. And you saw that pretty technical race from him.
Yeah, he maintained his form. He never looked bothered at all. He kept his form and he just powered his way all the way through. He ran his race technically sound. That's Kevin Martin out of Velocity Track Club. He was nowhere in the picture to qualify, but he maintained his form and has some top end speed coming in to the end, and it brought him over the finish line and secured his spot into the final. So what will happen is that the top qualifiers from this one, which are the winners, which would be Del Plesh out of Mustangs from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Jaden Phillip from Zenith Athletic, that's out of Trinidad and Tobago, Trayvon Stewart from Burnley of Trinidad and Tobago, and Velocity Track Club, Kevin Martin. They will all go to the finals to compete with Emilio Bishop, Samuel Green, Ethan Sam, and Ian George.
Yeah, that's your pretty decent field thus far. The finals will be interesting.
This is the heats for the women's 100. Heat number 1 of 3, the women 100 meter open international.
Yeah, so again, quite a few events already completed and seem to be going through pretty nicely, Jason.
So now up to 1.95 meters. The men's high jump open. The Carifta Silver Mills from Grenada, Timothy Greenwich, will be entering the competition at this height.
Good clean break. It's the girls 100 meter under 20. Really powerful run there from athletes in the center of the field. That's lane 4. So this is the first heat in the 100 Open International. So that was a Yode Simmons of Memphis and winning that event there. Again, good powerful strides. Look at her just trying to make sure that she maintains the center of the lead. Really looked focused there. That's Ayode Simmons of Memphis Pioneers, the winner of Heat 1.
Excel Track Club. Lane 3, Brunel Thomas, Ace. Lane 5, Tia Laborde, Mustangs. At lane 6, Kishona Phillip, Ace. 4 athletes in the second of 3 heat in the preliminary of the women's 100 meters open.
So again, just reminding you, it's 2 of 3. That's Heat 2 of 3. And they are looking for your top 4 competitors out of these 3 heats. So you have Excel Track Club there in lane 1. In lane 3, you have Brunel Thomas of Ace Track Club. In lane 5, you have Laborde, Tia Laborde. And in lane 6, you have Kishona Phillip, also of Ace Track Club.
That was DeAndre Smith. Finish line full stop, clearing 1.95 meters.
They have been recalled the women's in the second heat in the 100 meters open. They have been recalled.
They have to stay focused. They can't give away too much. No justification for staying outside there in this kind of heat. You want to get through it and get back in quickly, replace the electrolytes, and be ready for what's to come after. So they've got to stay focused. We had a couple of events already completed for the day. We had the Women 3000 Open International, and Shemaya Nelson of South City Rising Star. She came through first in a time of 12 minutes, 17.29 seconds. And Kelsey and John of High Performance, 12 minutes, 35.04 seconds. And in third was Kishona Williams of Carriacou, 12 minutes, 35.89 seconds. Those are the top 3 finishers in the girls' 3,000 meter Open International.
Yeah, good run there by Shamia. Really promising athlete coming out from South City Rising Stars.
We also had the male, the 5,000, the men 5,000 international, and Tyrone Jacob of South City Rising Stars again, 16 minutes 45.85 seconds, and Darius Harden of Burnley out of Trinidad, 16 minutes, 54.16 seconds. And Hepburn of Mustangs, 17 minutes, 22.74 seconds, 1-2-3 in the men 5,000 meters open international. We had that completed for the morning already.
2024, the Andre Smith Finish Line Sports Club plays this side. He's going to be joined.
And again.
Yeah, again, it seemed to be a bit of shaking in the block.
They're going to shake in the blocks if you keep them in the blocks for too long. I mean, you've got a lot of tension being pressed on the legs, on the thighs, with the athletes looking to push off to get out of the blocks. And the longer you keep them on the blocks, of course, something's got to give. And yes, there's going to be some shaking, some shimmering, and then at some point they're going to explode, meaning that they're going to get out of the blocks. So I think maybe the starter just held them there for a little too long. That could very well be the case. So especially in this kind of hot sun, there's only so much tension that the body can absorb and not let loose. And so you want to make sure that you don't keep them for too long, especially in this kind of scorching heat.
Yeah, I think they have quite a big role to play in this. Nice clean run there. Looking at the center of the field in 5 and 6, but here comes pretty close one.
I think it comes out of lane 5. From what we saw here, the naked eye, it looks like lane 5, and Thea Laborde out of Mustangs. It looks like Laborde out of lane 5.
Yeah, pretty even Steven right here, but she just had enough to surge ahead just at the line. Yeah, so pretty good run from Laborde. 12.16. Philip doing really well off East Track Club, 12.20. And Thomas also off East Track Club, 12.24. So pretty tight coming to the line there from these girls.
So Thea Laborde of Mustangs, 12.16. Good afternoon again to our friends in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Always good to have you. And enjoying the view and the sunshine of beautiful Grenada. I know you have your sunshine woes and your water woes over there dealing with as well. All these islands and the Windward Islands having to deal with a depleted water supply, but no short of speed coming out of St. Vincent from the Mustangs. So congratulations to Laborde and getting through to the finals.
St. David's Track Blazers. Lane 6, Kimara Batiste. Representing Excel Track Line. And in lane 7, Daniel Taylor, Performance Track Line. Your status for heat 3 of 3 in the women 100 meters open.
So heat 3 of 3. Coming up 12.45 from Stallion Athletics. That's Angel Cumberbatch. Stallion Athletics. Angel Cumberbatch. Stallion is out of Trinidad and Tobago. And she came in with the fastest qualifying time in this one that we see here on paper, 12.45.
And she will be looking to make sure that she, get close to or even go under this time, just to make sure that she sends a statement to the remainder of the girls come finals.
Well, only 5 of them in this one. 1, 2, 3, 6, and 7. It's going to come from lane 3. Lane 3, this looks like Philip. Philip out of St. David's. Philip will storm past everyone, and there's no doubt here who takes this one. It's Philip. Philip out of St. David's. Trailblazers. So, Cardine Philip of St. David's Trailblazers running out of lane 3. And what's the time? 12.95. Wasn't express, but she separated herself from the field and ran to the finals.
Yeah, good strong run there from Philip. I think her focus was on just getting down to the finish line. You can see the determination, you can see the composure, you can see how relaxed she looked. I think she was confident that she had this one in the bag. 12.95 seconds, so decent run from her. So she has secured a spot in the finals later on.
He's number 3 of 3 in the women 100 meters open. Getting ready now for the men 100 meter open international. We have 3 heats in this one. The field of the first heat looks minuscule. Only 3 athletes at the top of the 100 meter mark.
Extreme velocity. And in lane 5, and Barry Knight, extreme velocity. Your start list for the first of 2 preliminaries in the 100 meters dash open.
2 athletes from Extreme Velocity in Kristen Cummings and Amari Knight running out of 4 and 5. And in lane 3, Andros Denny. Denny, of course, all of them running under 11. Amari 10.55. He is in lane 5. 10.61 is Denny in 3. And 10.77 is Cummins in lane 4. So Chatnoya from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So the athlete from Chatnoya in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. That's Denny running out of 3. And Extreme Velocity, Barbados in 4 and 5. Everyone in this one very well capable of going under 11 seconds. It's still even, still tight to call. This is a really close one, but now we're seeing a surgence here from the middle of the field, and he comes through out of lane 4. Out of lane 4, that's Kristen Cummins from Extreme Velocity. He came in with 10.77, and he just gave us 10.64.
Yeah, good strong run from him. You look at him just really wanting to get to that finish line. You can see him just putting all his energy, all his effort, trying to ensure that he gets a quick time. And I think he has done just enough to find a place in the finals. Time of 10.64, which represents a pretty decent time.
10.64 is not bad at all. It's a competitive run, it's a competitive time for the finals actually. 10.64.
Yeah, Mari Knight second position, 10.83, and Andros Denny 10.84. So pretty decent run by these 3 gentlemen.
We're getting ready for heat number 2 of 3. We have 4 in this one. We have 4 in this one, so let's see how it goes. If form has anything to do with it, the athlete in lane 6 or 7, it's coming down, looks dangerous. The athlete warming up in lane 5, this from Extreme Velocity. That's Sean Rayfell. He's there as well.
Maximizing athletic. Lane 5, Sean Raphael, Extreme Velocity. Your stat list for heat 2 of 3.
On your mark.
So 5 in this one. If it's going to come according to paper, it's going to come from lane 4, maybe 3, 4, or 5. They've all gone under 11. But, we've seen stranger things happening. So let's see how it's going to play out.
Set.
That's a good clean start. Lane 5 got stuck in the blocks for just a little bit. I think he was a little bit too late. That Sean was held back in the blocks for just a little bit, and that cost him. Look at lane 2. This Keon Benjamin coming out of lane 2, out of Trinidad and Tobago. And Keon Benjamin, Memphis Pioneer, he was clean, he was comfortable, he didn't look bothered, and he powered his way through. So Keon Benjamin, 10.38. Look at that, 10.38. That's pretty decent.
Yeah, really decent run. You look at his form, you look at really good sprinter's form. Yeah. Still look as if he, had control and just wanted to maintain that level of control. You didn't see him really putting any pressure on himself. He looked so relaxed. That says he has something in the tank.
I think his arms could have gone a lot higher. If his arms would have gone a little bit higher, then his legs would have stretched forward just a little bit more based on his form. But he was not bothered at all. You found him shutting down just a little bit and easing off the pedal, and to still do 10.38. A win reading of 2.4. So he got some assistance there, but pretty much still a decent run. 10.38, not bad at all.
Yeah, and for a lot of these youngsters, it's still qualifying times. They're trying to make qualifying times for different events around the world. You have the World Juniors, you have the Under-20s coming up, So definitely, I think a lot of them are looking for some fast times to make sure that they qualify themselves.
Benjamin is very well capable of going even lower than 10.38 because he came in with 10.27. So it tells us, yes, that he does in fact have some more in the tank. We have the start list for all these events, but for whatever reason, even though the start list would have came in to us full, what we have seen over the morning is that it has been broken down quite a bit. We have, in some instances, 4 and 5 participants in a lot of these preliminaries. We've not had a full field for any of the preliminaries just yet. What's the cause of that? Well, we can't speak to it because we have no idea, but that's the story. Take, for instance, heat number 3 of 3 in this one. We had a full slate of 11, and we only have 3 participants at the starters' orders on this one.
Maximizing athletics, 10.60 seconds. And your winner in a win in 10.38 seconds, Keon Benjamin of Memphis Pioneers.
So heat number 3 of 3, what you're seeing on your monitor now, running out of lane 3, will be Jamel Walks Miller. Let's go down for the lane assignments on this one.
Jaden D'Souza, Phoenix Athletics. And in lane 6, Daryl Morgan Jeffers, representing High Performers. Here's that list for the third and final heat.
Yeah, well, we had a start list of all 7 in this one, but it has dwindled down to just 3.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again for the athletes in the men's height open international, they make their way out of the field. Championship medal in this event goes to the Andre Smith finish line score club. It's the top honors. Timothy Grenada of South
So Morgan Jeffers is in 6, D'Souza is in 4, and Walks Miller is in 3. Out, up, running, and this looks like D'Souza. He's challenged, and here comes the challenge. Yes, looks like lane 3. Lane 3 is going to take him. That's Jamel Walks Miller out of Extreme Velocity. He came in with 10.40 and just did 10.57, and he came through at the top of this heat. Thought for a minute that Jaden D'Souza had it, but it was snatched away from him by Jamel Walks Miller.
Yeah, good technical run there from Miller. Again, you look at the form of these guys. Miller looked to have lost a bit of momentum. You can see from his race a little collapsing of the body, right? Just as he got to the end, but he had enough to hold on. So again, technically, he can go a bit faster than the 10.57 that he just went, provided that he holds true to the form. Right, as we look at it again, you see it there. You see somewhat of a sort of misstep. You get it there again, and so it says that if he can, really fix these little areas, I think he could pull a couple of seconds off his time.
He's capable of doing a lot faster than he did there, so we're going to see how that one goes. But he's into the finals.
Okay, so yeah, good. So far looking good for the final later on in the evening session.
Games 2024.
I think that completes the heat 3 of the men 100 meter dash open international. So that's 3 of 3 completed.
You are correct. So we've got some long jump activity taking place, but trying to get the details on that for you. And
So as I was saying earlier, Jason, a lot of our under 20 athletes, they're here at the Whitsuntide Games trying to get qualification for Lima 2024. And so we're expecting later this evening, as we get into the finals, we're going to see some, pretty blistering times as each one of them will, seek to stake a claim or a spot. Somehow they will want to qualify to get to Lima.
And then, of course, we've got Paris coming up. A couple of these young stars will have their eyes set on the possibility of them in another 4 years. Also, we've got the Grenada Invitational coming up as well. So a lot of the local talent here, you're going to see them being featured one way or another inside the Grenada Invitational as well.
Yeah, and so a lot to look forward to. I think this year our athletes, they've worked hard, and you can definitely see some good results from the performance of the Carifta team. It tells you that the hard work, for most of them has paid off, and they will want to continue to excel and continue to, set their sights on higher levels.
Well, we have a couple of events that would have been completed. We're going to try and see how best we can run them through for you. What we also had completed this morning is, we have the 100-meter dash girls under 15 completed. Do we have the final list on that for you? Do we have the... Yes, we have the qualifiers on that for you. And the qualifiers on that are Zaya Tobias of Zenith Athletic Club, Malaya Cupid, also of Zenith, JL Peters of Burnley, Arena Miller of High Performance, Brianna Oliver of Altitude, Elisa Rose Benjamin of St. David's Track Blazers, Sarah Sandy of Finish Line Sports Club, and Kea Swan of Fusion Athletics. Those are the qualifiers going into the finals. So that's the top 8 there for you for the girls 100-meter dash under 15 that completed this morning.
Yeah, that's the under 15. You had some wind assisted times there, but definitely I think the girls had a good run this morning.
Let's look at the boys as well. The boys 100-meter dash under 15. That preliminary round has been completed, and the fastest going into the finals, 11.31 from Zenith Track Club. That's Jaquan Douglas and Aiden Davidson of Burnley, 11.38, and another Burnley athlete, Isaiah John, 11.50. Christophe Aline of Performers, Philip Mitchell of St. Andrew's Anglican Secondary, Henley Jr. Boucher of High Performers, Taekwon Boswin from Carriacou, and Zuriel Fleming of Top Flight Track Club. Those were the top qualifiers. You mentioned Win Assisted. We saw Win Assisted in 2 of the athletes here in their performance in the heat. Both of them, of course, running out of heat number 3, who competed in heat number 3. That's 3.6 plus 3.6. So that was Philip Mitchell and Isaiah John. They both competed in heat number 3. And some win-assisted times, very high, but they're into the finals.
Yeah, again, you want to make sure that you get yourself into the finals. I think they've done that, even if the wind might seem to be a bit illegal, but you do what you have to do to get there, and once you get there, let's hope that they can have a good calm wind, come finals, that they can really showcase what they have.
We also just had completed the women's 100 international, the men 100 international. We had that completed as well. The boys 100 meter under 20, that's going to be a huge one later on. And the boys 100 meter under 17, and the girls 100 meter under 17. So all those preliminary rounds would have been completed. And we wait for the finals later on this afternoon.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting. It's going to be something to look forward to.
All right, well, here's what we're going to do, Clyde. We're going to just take a quick break for just a little bit. Of course, we have some long jump in progress. We're waiting on some details to bring you up to speed as it relates to the breakdown of that, because as it is now, they're into the second stages of that long jump. We also have some track events coming up. The 200 meters are coming up. And, of course, we still have the 400. Well, the 400 is going to be run off before the 200. We have the 400 meters coming up in various divisions. So we're going to get you back to that in just a little bit. So let's take a quick pause and sip on something, refresh ourselves, keep the vocal cords intact, and we come back in a few seconds.
Get ready to witness the ultimate showdown of athleticism and adrenaline. The Whitsuntide Games are back, and they're bigger and better than ever before. Join us on Saturday, May 18th at the electrifying Kirani James Athletic Stadium. The action kicks off bright and early with the morning session starting at 9 a.m. sharp. Watch the best local and regional athletes go head-to-head in a battle for glory and supremacy. But wait, the excitement doesn't stop there. As the sun sets, the evening session ignites at 4 p.m. promising even more heart-pounding action and jaw-dropping performances. Secure your spot now. Finish line A, lower and upper, $30. Finish line B, lower and upper, $25. General admission, main stand, $20. Get them now at Go2Fed.com. Mark your calendars and be there to cheer on your favorites as they strive for victory at the Whitsuntide Games 2024.
event 54, the girls 400 meters dash under 15. In this event, we're going to see two preliminaries. And we can tell you that the start list for the first preliminaries: Sarah Sandy, finish line in lane 3. Running out of lane 5, Tahira Clark, extreme velocity. In lane 7, Jamia Felix, Sprinters Athletic Club. And in the lane 8, Aya Stapleton, High Performance. 4 athletes in the first of 2 heats at the preliminary stage.
Well, again, we've had a dwindling of these athletes as it relates to their participation in the preliminaries, because we did, in fact, have a full start list in front of us, but for whatever reason, we've been reduced to 4. Lane 3 is Sarah Sandy out of the finish line. Running out of lane 5 is Tahira Clark of Extreme Velocity. In lane 7, Jemiah Felix of Sprinters Athletic, and Aya Stapleton of High Performance is running out of lane 8. So Stapleton, Felix, Clark, and Sandy. The girls 400 meters under 15.
Finish line sports club, extreme velocity, Sprinters Athletic Club, and High Performance.
Nobody making up any stagger just yet, still pretty much even. They're running over a minute and 7 seconds thereabout.
Yeah, they really looking to just assert themselves, get that positioning where they can finish and finish strong. Seeing that move there from Extreme Velocity, she's making a really decent move, looking to push through to the finish.
Tahira Clark is just about 55 seconds gone in this one, and everybody starts to slow down now. They're pulling, and she is pulling away, running out of lane 5 to win this heat. That's Tahira Clark of Extreme Velocity, and she came through in 64.33.
Yeah, good run from her. I think she did just what she needed to do. Pieced it really nicely. Didn't start too quickly, but just as she got around the 200 mark, I think she increased and really showed that she had the strength to pull all the way to the finish line.
64.33. Jemiah Felix, 67.09. So those were the top 2 finishers in that one. Only 2 preliminaries here, so we're anticipating they would take the top 4 from each, or would they have sent up additional information as to how they're going to go about it, because we know with the 100 meters there was adjustments, but not in this one. So the top 4 from each preliminary will meet in the finals. Let's see. Well, we still don't have a full start list in this heat number 2 of 2, so let's go down to Kerry, the house announcer. He's going to take us through the lane assignments and the truncated start list.
Lane 4, Ariana James, Fusion Athletics. And in lane number 7, Ariel Stephens, representing High Performance.
Yeah, so only 3 athletes in this event. That's heat 2. And with some 4 athletes competing in the first heat, it means that these 3 will go through.
I think it takes away from a lot of the excitement and the anticipation when the field is truncated as it is now. For whatever reason, the field has not been full at all in these preliminaries, so something to wonder about. It's a cause for concern.
Yeah, I think it has a lot to do with the season, and so many of these athletes have been running, since their school sports. You want to try and manage them as much as possible.
And they are off.
And so they, again, pretty easy start as we look at the athlete. Another athlete out there from High Performance, that's Ariel Steven, looking really strong, going down that back straight, and no one really challenging her, and so she looks easy paced. But in the middle, we have some movement. But Steven just looking to use the legs that she has on her, not really pushing too hard as yet. I think she has done enough, but you have a fast finishing athlete there coming through in Tahira Clark, but she's able to hold on. Stevens, she's able to hold on, running out of lane 7. I think she's done really well, to come through like this. She paced herself well. She knew that she had to come around the further part of that bend, and so she made sure that she placed herself in a really good position, that she had the legs to get her across the finish line. You look at the time, 62.51 says that she had a pretty decent run.
Well, 62.51, not bad at all at this level. She's ahead of all qualifiers, and then coming out of lane 7 in heat number 2, that wasn't bad at all. As you rightfully said, I think her structure aided her because she's not a short person, and she used her legs, the reach for most of the race, and just allowed her momentum to carry her through. When she got to about 80 meters to go, it was a done deal already.
Yeah, it was, and you look at her at this age, or it's under 15, can get better. As she develops, as she grows, you get a bit of strengthening, you get a bit of muscle development there, and definitely we can see the times go down and down until she probably would get herself into the region where she can say that she's an elite 400 sprinter. The Whitsuntide Games has been around for quite a while, and has been a showcase for many of our young and budding athletes. Athletics being the sport that it is, you train almost year round. And so for some of these athletes, the Whitsuntide Games is a good way to really look at their finishing of the season. For some, it means that they're going on to maybe the different age group games, the things like the World Juniors and all these to come that would close off the athletic season. And so you want to make sure that you manage your athletes well. You want to make sure that you look at how they're going to progress to major meets. These are things that are quite important when it comes to athlete development and really getting the best out of the athletes. And so I think for a lot of these athletes, those who will go on to represent their nations or their country, they want to make sure that they come to the Whitsuntide game to make sure they get an assessment as to where they are, going into the more or less the end of the season.
Well, the 400-meter markers are still on the track. We have the boys 400-meter under 15 to come. We've got 3 preliminaries in that one. Also, the girls 400-meter under 17, the boys 400-meter under 17, and then we've got the under 20s, and then the internationals. So a lot of 400-meter action to come. So these tracks are going to be blazing for a while. And then, of course, once that's done, then we go up to the top 4, the 200. So a lot of 4s and 2s to come just before we go into the break, of course. And then in the afternoon session, we will have a whole lot of finals. On your screen, the athletes getting ready now for the boys 400-meter under 15.
We see 7 competitors here, Jason. So all the boys are here.
That's a good thing.
Clifford Baxter, high performance. Lane 3, Philip Mitchell. Keon George, representing altitude in lane 3. Lane 4, Philip Mitchell, representing SAS. Lane 5, Jaden Goodrich, representing Burnley Athletic Club. Lane 6, Xavier Alexander, representing 473 MVP. Michael Paul, representing Concord Athletic. And Yvonne Nimblet, representing the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Grammar School. Doesn't seem to be in that event, St. Vincent and the Grenadines Grammar School. So the action would be from lane 1 to 7.
A couple of athletes here from High Performance, St. Vincent and the Grenadines in this one. Heat number 1. The boys under 15, 400 meters. We've got 3 heats in this one. This is one of 3. Keep your eyes on lane 5 in Jaden Goodrich from Burnley, out of Trinidad and Tobago. Look out for him. And Philip Mitchell, St. Andrews Anglican Secondary. Mitchell ran 57.14 to qualify, and Goodrich 54.65. So they're out, up, and away. Immediately the stagger has been made up. And the St. Andrews Anglican Secondary always looking dangerous in these events. That's Mitchell, Philip Mitchell. Still too early to call. We still can't say anything just yet, but there are 2 packs already. Keep your eyes on the athlete running out of lane 2. This looks like Guilford Baxter of High Performance. He's there as well. Coming around now with just about 150 meters to go. They're going to get to the top of the curve now. And it's not going to have any quarrel here. No quarrel whatsoever. This looks like Goodridge. Goodridge of Burnley AC. He is all by his lonesome. He starts to shut down now. He has to conserve some energy, understand the heat, understand what's in front of him, knows that he has already qualified and he has done so in good time. He came in at 54.65. That's Jaden Goodridge, I have to say that. Jaden Goodridge of Burnley AC. And he did the damage. And he got through the finish line before everyone else. Doesn't look too bothered at all. What's his time? He came in at 54.65. I think he's 50s. He's late 50s because he did shut down a little bit. So he's 50s, but I think he's just late 50s. But nothing for him to worry too much about.
Yeah, good run there by the under 15 youngster. He did run a pretty composed, pretty structured race. You look at him and you're seeing that, okay, he has his markers set just when he needs to do what?
Philip Mitchell came in second in that one, 57.68. But what's to note is that with 55.84 he ran, that's Jaden Goodridge, 55.84, and shutting down with a whole lot of space between him and the rest of the field. So that tells me this young man has the potential to do a whole lot better, significantly better, than the 54 that he came in with and the 55 that he just ran.
Yeah, so you will expect come finals, he can improve on this. I think competition tends to bring out the best in you as an athlete, and so he will be looking forward to maybe even lowering this time.
He certainly shows that he has the potential to do it. 55.84 with a lot of distance between him and the rest of the field, and still the ability to shut down, lock in cruise control, and just roll with about 40, 50 meters to go. That says that he has something there for latter days. We're getting ready for heat number 2 of 3 now in this one. The boys 400 meter under 15.
Again, we have 7 athletes competing.
Let's take you into the starters list now. We've got the athletes. Let's take you down to the starters list, to the starter for the list.
Anglican Secondary. Lane 6, Jamal Alexander, Roses Academy. Lane 5, Derek Brown, Roses Academy. Lane 4, Alion James, South City Rising Stars. Lane 3, Isaiah John, Burnley Athletic Club. Lane 2, Kingroy Hepburn, High Performance. And lane 1, Kimani Mashon, Tranquil. Your start list for heat 2 of 3.
Let's take a look at the starters list on this one. The qualifying times coming in 57.30 from the South City Rising Stars, Alion James. Everyone else in this one going over 60 by some distance. So on paper, running out of lane 5 is James. But with all 7 of them in this one, it can go anywhere. Delron Dumont is out there from SAS as well. He's a known figure at 400 meters, especially in Grenada. Out, up and away. Delron Dumont has gone out very quickly. You know, he's running blind. He's running out of lane 8 and so, well, lane 7 actually, and he has no markers, no gauge in front of him, so he wants to go quickly. He's not going to take any chances. To keep your eyes on, it looks like Tyrese McLean out of Performers, lane 3. Yes, looks like McLean. Tyrese McLean out of Performers, lane 3. Yeah, he's clearly gone and left the rest of the field. He shut down his stride and he's going to chip across the line now. So Tyrese McLean of Performers in lane 3 wins heat number 2. And you're talking about shutting down. Well, he did more than shut down. He shortened his stride and all of that. And he ran 54.32. 54.32 is not bad at all. 54.32.
Yeah, 54.32 does suggest that this youngster Isaiah John is someone that you need to look out for in the not too distant future.
Isaiah John. And they had him listed on the starters list in lane 3 as Tyrese McLean. Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, yeah, that's John, all right, because looking at his number, yeah, he's wearing number 90. That's Isaiah John. So what they gave us was a confused start list. Thanks a lot, Clyde Rondell John. And congratulations to Isaiah John. Any relation at all, Clyde?
No.
All right, well, no relation, but you did defend your namesake very well. Isaiah John, 54.32.
Yeah, pretty composed runner. You look at him and he just knows what he's about, and definitely no challenge. 54.32 as compared to Allion James, 56.13. It tells you that, he is above the normal under 15 boy in terms of his speed. You look at heat 1, which was about 55. So it still says that, from the heat, he's the one to look forward to.
55 with a shutdown, 54 with a shutdown. And these two young men certainly have shown that they've got a whole lot in the tank. 54.32 by Isaiah John. That's really good. Burnley coming out of Trinidad and Tobago.
Yeah, good. And what as we mentioned a while ago with the under 15 girls, you look at his stature, he's quite short. And so for him to be able to go around that track at that height in 54 says that he has something in him.
He's got a lot of speed in him. That's what he's got.
Yeah, he not the typical quarter miler who is a bit taller, but he looks strong.
Again, to our viewers on the social media platforms, we're operating here with a start list that came to us way after this event would have started, and clearly there's some adjustments on it that we have not been brought up to speed with. So bear with us. We beg your indulgence. We've got heat number 3 of 3 to come in the boys under 15 400 meters. We're going to wait on the starter to bring us up to speed because clearly the house announcer has a list that is different to ours now. They have been updated apparently.
400 meter dash under 17. We're set for 2 heats in this event. Running out of lane number 2. Representing maximizing athletic potential, Colleen Clegon. Running out of lane number 3, representing Altitude Track Academy, Kayla Olive. Running out of lane number 4, representing St. Kitts and Nevis, Deschanel Thomas. Out of lane number 5, representing Mustangs, Zakisha Kelly. And running out of lane number 7, representing Roses Academy, Zunice Brown. Your field for the girls 400 meter dash under 17, heat number 1 of 2.
So we are about to see the start of the under 17 girls 400 meter. You have some 5 athletes slated to participate in this one. So on paper we have lane heat 1 of 3. And they're off. There we go. Who's gonna make the first move? When would we look at it? It seems to be the athlete in lane 5. Lane 5 is surging ahead.
Also in the mix, Mustangs, Altitude Track, and Maximizing Athletic Potential, MEP. It is Deschanel Thomas and Kitts and Nevis, the middle of the track, running out of lane 4 in charge of the event. Zakisha Kelly of Mustangs is pushing her to the finish line. But it's going to be St. Kitts Nevis, Deschanel Thomas, followed by Kelly of Mustangs and Olive of Altitude. Your top 3 finishers. We expect 2 preliminaries.
Okay, so 2 preliminaries in this one. So we have 2 prelims, and that was the first of 2. And you had your winner there, Dejanelle Thomas of St. Kitts and Nevis. She ran a time of 58.69 seconds. A bit off from her seeded time that she came in with. Don't know if it has to do with the weather over there, but it's pretty decent run. She was in control of her race. I think she did just enough. She did exactly what she needed to do to beat the field. Will want to improve on her time going into the final run.
Of course, she would want to do that. She has no other choice but to do that. She needs to getting ready for the second heat. But St. Kitts and Nevis well represented here by Deschanel Thomas. Comfortable run for her, 58.69. It's not bad.
Yeah, I think she just tried to maintain, recognizing her position. She just tried to maintain it. She shut down a bit, so it says that she can go faster. She didn't look all that spent, but has something in the tank, and we look forward to seeing her later on in the final of this event.
Kayla McIntyre. And lane number 6, representing St. David Trailblazers, Alian Gedari. Your field for heat number 2 in the girls 400 meter dash under 17.
So again, only 4 in this one. Only 4 athletes in this one. Lane 5 and 6 in Kayla McIntyre and Aliane Gidari. And in lane 2 and lane 3. Lane 2 is Ali McDowell. And lane 3 is Denaya Modeste.
And they have a clean start.
Clean start. That's St. Vincent and the Grenadines. McDowell from High Performance. They're already putting some pressure on Modeste from MVP. She has left her. And McDowell is all business in this one. McDowell is all business in this one. She goes down the back straight. Just over 200 meters to go. Out in front under a lot of pressure is Gidari, is in lane 6, but she's under a whole lot of pressure. She's not going to get to the top of the curve, not before McDowell. McDowell comes around now, just the top of the curve, lunges ahead, and that's a pretty decent run from her. Well, she's going to rely on the momentum now to take her through. Does she have a little bit more in the tank to pump? Would she need it? No, I don't think she needs it. Just the momentum is going to carry her through. So Ali McDowell of High Performance, and a very decent performance here from her in the heat, and brought her across the finish line. A decent run, and she came through, and she's on to the finals of the girls 400 meter under 17.
Yeah, good run there by her. She did exactly, I think, what she planned. You can see that there was a plan. You look at how she came around, made up the stagger pretty early. She seemed somewhere at the 200 mark to maintain her pace, and then as she came off the curve, she was just able to hold that pace all the way through to the finish.
60.76, that's the flash time for her. 60.76, not bad at all. There we have it. 60.76, and she's into the finals.
Yeah, good job there by McIntyre. She came from behind, finishing in second position. A good run. She had some momentum coming home, McIntyre, but she didn't have enough to really put any pressure on your winner in McDowell. She had all that she needed to have. She had the energy, she had the pacing. She came off the curve in just the right position and was able to maintain. So very, very good run there by McDowell. So we're moving speedily along. We're going to be witnessing the boys 400 meter under 17 dash. Some 3 heats to come.
Hopefully.
Hopefully.
Jaron Williams.
So it's heat 1 of 3. I'm seeing some 5 competitors in this one.
Lane 2, Ruben out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. See what have we got here now. Jaron Williams. Jaron Williams is out there in lane 6. He's doing a whole lot of work going down the back straight. Keep your eyes on Kamal Joseph. Keep your eyes on South City Rising Stars. Don't lose sight of Zenith as well. Kamal Joseph of South City Rising Stars comes off the curve ahead of everybody. He's going to need some power to get him across the finish line. Yes, he's going to get it. He starts to separate himself a little bit more now, and he's going to go through to win. So a pretty decent run. Pretty decent run from him. 53. I make it just about 53 early. 53 thereabout.
Yeah, that was an impressive run by Joseph. Very, very impressive. I think he ran a really measured race. Knew exactly when he wanted to do what. So execution was on point there.
53.68, that's his time. Yeah, 53.68. I kind of feel it for the athlete who ran out of lane 6. That's Jaron Williams, because he went out really quickly and was running blind for most of the race and needed to do a whole lot. And it cost him. He went out a little too fast, too soon, I think. And that did, in fact, cost him. But Kamal Joseph, South City Rising Stars, 53.68. Aaron Baird, 54.96. And Zakil Charles of McDonald College, 55. Those are the top 3.
Yeah, that's heat 1 completed. And definitely Kamal Joseph doing exceptionally well. He came in with a time of 52.95, and it means that he still has something in the tank. It still means that he can go faster, and one will expect him to go faster as he gets a bit more competition later on in the finals. So the athletes, they're out for Heat 2. And you have some 5 athletes there again.
Well, the finals for these events will be later on this afternoon, because we should have had a 9 o'clock start, and that didn't happen. We've got 2 sessions. An afternoon session that is scheduled to start at around 4 o'clock. I'm not quite sure if that's going to happen. We're going to wait and see, because it's just after 1:30 local time, and we've still got some events to go through. We will have some long jump results that's coming in. We're going to have that for you in just a little bit as well. So we're going to check out the long jump results and some high jump updates, some javelin updates, a lot of updates from the field we will have for you in just a little bit. And then, of course, things are going to heat up just a little bit later on after 4 o'clock when we get into session 2. So we've got heat number 2. Clyde, any names to look forward to in this one?
Heat number 2, you have in lane 2, coming in with a time of 55.34. That's Kelson Robertson of the Mustangs. Tariq Thomas of McDonald Track Club. He comes in with a time of 53.01. St. Kitts and Nevis, Aiken Francis, a time of 48.83. And so he's one to look forward to. The seed time coming in tells you that he has a pretty decent pace, and then he can go for an under 17 ball. He can go pretty quickly over the 400 meter.
So wait and see. The heat here has not been nice at all. And you notice when the athletes are completed, they rush back to the shade. They don't want to spend an extra second out here unnecessarily. They head straight back to the shade. That's important for them, because the finals is later on this afternoon, so they need to get as much rest and enjoy the shade as much as they can.
Yeah, it's important for them to, remain hydrated also. They want to be in tip-top shape for the finals. The preliminaries, it does take a bit from the athlete, having to go through the rounds, but it also is able to show the athletes that can really manage themselves well through the rounds. So some athletes get separated from the going through the rounds onto the finals.
If you notice now, they're not outside there in the sun, just as we were alluding to. So we're getting ready for the start of this event.
So heat 2 of 3. Suggested 3, I would put it.
I was suggested 3.
It is a clean start in the second heat of the boys 400 meters. And Kitson Akani Francis Samuel.
Keep your eyes in the middle of the track. That's from St. Kitts and Nevis, sorry. That's Samuel. Keep your eyes on lane 4 and lane 5.
On the 5, we see Beatrice Sport Mustangs in the mix, but it is
He's out ahead of everybody. And does he have what it takes to come all the way through? He's starting to shut down. You can see it as he gets to the top. But he has just about enough. Maybe he has just about enough. He's going to be challenged now. His challenge will come from about 2 lanes away from him. That looks like Trey Spot, but it's not going to bother Samuel. Samuel is going to win this one comfortably. Samuel from St. Kitts and Nevis. He's going to win this one comfortably. And he did a whole lot of work to do, and I believe it's a pretty decent time. I'm looking at early 50s. Well, there it is, 51.80. That's a good run by him. Good run from him. 51.80, not bad at all.
Yeah, good run. You look at him, he came around the 200 mark. He was just looking to make sure that he had a good position coming off the curve. And definitely as he came off the curve, you saw him look around just to test to see who's on the outside of him. And he was able to just maintain that. So definitely looking at him, he has a bit more that he can bring to this event. Yeah, pretty easy there. Easy, just really not really looking to run too hard. He's just looking to qualify. And that says a lot. It says he understands the event that he's running. He has the maturity and to execute a race based on his standards.
Oh, he did very well. 51 early. So that's not bad at all.
Yeah, fast time. He came in with a seeded time of 48.83. So it tells you, that he can go a bit faster.
Well, we've got another heat coming up. But again, we can't even run through a start list here because the start list that we have now is warped. According to Clyde Rondell John, it's warped because a lot of the information now has not been fed to us. So
Randy Jones, your field for heat number 1 of the boys 400 meter dash.
So there seemed to be a change in the programming. We had 2 heats in the under 17 boys, and now we have heat 1 of the under 20 boys 400 meters. So we're noticing, we're seeing maybe a number of athletes not really being able to compete for whatever the reason. So the heat, instead of 3 heats in the under 17, you had 2, and we're now seeing the under 20 boys 400 meter. So they're off. It's the boys under 20 400 meter, and it's a clean start. You can see early break, early movements there coming from Ethan Isaac. That's Ethan Isaac of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. But he has to contend with Antoine Aline of Salt City Rising Stars, and also Randy Jones of Carriacou. So definitely the center of the field is where you want to look. Jones with a slight lead coming off the curve, but here comes Aline of South City Rising Stars. They're going to be pushing each other to the finish, and it's Jones with the finish, just edging out Aline. Good run there, good run there by Jones. Looking at the seed time, and this is what you want when you have athletes that can compete. Aline had the fastest seed time, but here is Jones coming in and showing that he's determined. He wants to be in the finals. He wants an automatic place.
49.53. That's Randy Jones. 49.53 to come into this one. Aline 49.89. So they weren't too far off each other. They pushed each other right down to the wire. And that's what keen competition does. He was a little bit shocked when he saw his time. I'm not quite sure whether he was in shock because he thought he was not as fast, or maybe he was looking for something a little faster, but still pleased with what he had. His emotions were all over the place, but I'm quite sure that at the end of it all, picking up a win in the preliminaries to get into the finals is a good thing for him. The boys 400 meter dash under 20, heat number 2. Let's go downstairs for the field.
Number 2, Damani Williams of Biomechanics. Lane number 4, Kieran Haynes, Extreme Velocity Track Club. Lane number 5, Nadel Seeley, Extreme Velocity Track Club. Lane number 6, Acadon James, St. David Track Blazers. Lane number 7, Excel Track Club, Ezran Sam. And running out of lane number 8, representing Burnley Athletics Club, Desire Peters. Your field for heat number 2 of the boys 400 meter dash under 20.
Well, keep your eyes on Acadon James of St. David's Track Blazers. He's running out of lane 6. He's a dangerous one to watch. Also, A challenge could come from Extreme in Ezra and Sam in lane 7. Keep your eyes on Nadal Seal. He's in lane 5, so it could come from anywhere there, the middle of the track. Lane 2, if we go down to lane 2, Demani Williams, Biomechanics. He's there in lane 2. Biomechanics out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Was the fastest qualifying time coming into this one. He's saying Kieran Haynes. He's also a threat to watch. He came in with 47.70. He's from Extreme Velocity. And he's running out of lane 4. Let's see how this one's going to go. It's still early to call. Cruise down the back straight. Nothing to worry about just yet. There's a little bit of a stagger being made up in lane 6. This looks like James and Ezra and Sam. They're outside there, all 3 of them. 6, 7, and 8. And now 5 joins the party. And let's see now what's going to come out. It's going to come from lane 4. This looks like Haynes. Haynes out of lane 4. Haynes out of lane 4. Haynes is gone out of lane 4. He's got his compatriot Seal with him, but he's not going to be challenged by it at all. Haynes out of lane 4. Did the damage. This is going to be dangerous. This is early 50s. This is early 50s for him. Well, look at that. It's a 49. 49.34. Not bad at all. 49.34 for Haynes. And Nadal Seal came in with 50.20. And Josiah Peters, 50.84. So a pretty decent run there by the top 3 coming into this heat. 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, really, really good, outstanding run. I think this is an event where you can really, say kudos to the top. Let's put it, the top 4 boys coming in there, because just as they came around the bend, they were really nicely bunched together. And then you saw Haynes with his dominance, the fact that he has the strength that he could give that extra kick to really push himself and separate himself from the rest of the field, tells you that he understands, he knows, and he's able to really run well.
We've got some results coming in now. I want to share them with you quickly from the girls' long jump under 17. Zaya Tobias of Zenith Athletic Club picking up gold in 5.38 meters. Kristana Charles of Altitude Track Club, silver, 5.35 meters. And Kayla Allen of Carriacou, 5.24 meters. There it's a 1, 2, 3 in the girls' long jump under 17. That's the results from the girls' long jump under 17. What have we got for you as well? We've got some more events which were completed. The boys under 17 javelin. The boys under 17 javelin. Josh Thomas of Carriacou, 58.18 meters. Darren Mitchell of McDonald College, 52.58. And Raheem Raybon, also of McDonald College, 48.49 meters. So congratulations again to Josh Thomas of Carriacou, 58.18. We're going to get some more results for you, but let's go down to the house announcer for the field in this 400-meter heat.
Running out of lane number 8, representing Exceed Sports Club, Romano Hector. Your field for heat number 3 for the under 20 boys 400-meter dash.
So again, pretty decent field. 48.01 is your fastest seed time, and that's from the athlete AJ Delpeche, and he is from the Mustangs. He'll be running in lane 4, so keep your eye on lane 4. Jaden Clement of Maximizing also coming in with 48.17, someone you can look forward to. And Joshua Perry, Memphis Pioneers, 48.40. So decent seed times going into this event. And there, let's see who would make the early inroads. It's pretty even so far. St. David's Trailblazers out front. But you need to keep your eyes on the center of the field. How would they come as they approach the 200? They're just about 150 thereabout coming. Keelan Moses is there, but in the center of the field, here comes lane number 3. Jaden Clement, Maximizing Athletic Club. Jaden Clement winning that event there. And it will be interesting to see the time.
I think it's very quick. I think it's going to be quick. From what I see, I think it's going to be quick. I think he's well under 50. He has to be well under 50 for this one.
Yeah, definitely 47.89 seconds for Jaden Clement, Maximizing Athletics Club. And Mustangs 49.40. Keelan Moses, St. David Trailblazers 49.72. Your top 3. A really good run there by Clement.
Yeah, I mean he was out on before everyone else, but more importantly, look at him coming down the home straight. He shows no sign at all of being bothered by the heat or no sign of weary, no sign of. He was just powerful and relaxed coming down the street. Didn't show that he had anything bothering him, and that tells me that if this guy is pushed with a little bit of competition, remember the name. You're going to remember this name.
Yeah, definitely. As I said, the field was a field that had some pretty decent times, and you saw it right there with a time of 47. I mean, it says that this field, this crop of boys, they have some pedigree about them.
Lane number 2, representing Burnley Athletics Club, Jelani Chinyelu. Lane number 3, Fusion Athletics, Neon Stanislaus. Lane number 5, representing Finish Line Sports Club, Daniel Mitchell. Lane number 6, representing Exceed Sports Club, Jode Baker. Lane number 7, representing Proformers Track Club, Jaden Dowdridge. And running out of lane number 8, representing Altitude Track Club, Junior Alexander. Your field for heat number 4 in the boys 400-meter dash under 20.
Oh, heat number 4, the boys 400-meter dash under 20. Now, this is a full field. It's going to be interesting. Anyone to look forward in this one? Daniel Mitchell of Frontline Sports.
Yeah, good clean break. I think 47.95 Keon John. Someone to look forward to.
Keon John should have been in lane 4. He's not in this one. He hasn't started. He's not in this one. His spot was empty. But keep your eyes on. This looks like coming out of lane 5. This is
Mitchell, Daniel
Finish
Mitchell.
Line. Finish Line Sports Club. Let's see, coming out of lane 1. Straight out of lane 1. Oliver from lane 1. He's going to get a challenge. There's a fight taking place for a second, but Oliver is very comfortable, and he continues to separate himself from the field. So Oliver picks up this one very easy. Oliver is from High Performance, and High Performance is from St. Vincent. High Performance from St. Vincent. So a pretty decent run here for Oliver.
Yeah, pretty decent run by him. He paced it well. You look at the start of the race, you would not have seen him, but he was just there, going through his paces as he ought to, keeping off a fast finishing Jaden Dorridge of performers.
It was Junior Alexander, actually.
Junior Alexander.
He finished third in 50.94. So just about everybody there in 50, early 50s. 1, 2, 3, 50, 50, 50 flat, 50.84 and 50.98. Oliver representing well.
Yeah, represented very well, Olivier.
All right, well, we've got some more results that we want to share with you quickly before the start of this one. The boys javelin throw under 20. Rayvon Tellisford of St. David's Track Blazers, 58.25 meters. Kazim Collins of St. David's Track Blazers coming in second, 53.14. And Brian Isaac of Ace picking up bronze in 50.78. So congratulations there to Rayvon Tellisford picking up gold. St. David's Track Blazers, 58.25.
Yeah, Tellisford again having a good season so far. I think he definitely is in the runnings. He will be looking to maybe try to get himself qualified for the World Juniors, World Under 20.
Well, the boys, the men javelin throw international. Maxwell Pompey of Exceed Sports Club out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 51.81, picking up gold. Chadiq Stevens of High Performance also out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 50.63. And Caleb Lane of Fusion Athletics, 44.88. So 1, 2, 3, and congratulations to Pompey of Exceed Sports Club out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 51.81, the gold medalist in the men's javelin throw open. Don't forget, coming up later on this afternoon, we have the finals of the 100s, the 200s, the 400s. All of that will come mostly under lights.
Tariq Thomas, McDonald College, lane 4. Junior Hendrickson, Roses Academy, lane number 5.
So we have 3 competitors in this one. It's Heat 3 of the boys on the 17, which ran earlier. We had 2 earlier heats, and now we're having Heat 3.
Is this going to be the final heat, or are there 4 heats in this one, or is it just 3 heats in this one? What have we got in this one, Clyde Rondell John?
So it's 3. This is the third.
Okay, so
of 3.
This is the third of the 3 heats. All right. So we've got DeAndre. This looks like Glosser out of High Performance. He's from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. He's running off lane 3. Tyreek Thomas of McDonald College is there running out of lane 4. And Junior Hendrickson is running out of lane 5. So 3, 4, and 5 in this one. So a lot of these regional athletes representing well. Things are going to heat up a little bit later on. We're still in the preliminary stages, so by the time we get to just a little bit after 4 o'clock when the second session would start, things are going to heat up because we've got an all-final second session. And it's just nearing 2 o'clock local time on a scorcher of a Saturday afternoon in beautiful Spice Country, Grenada. Good afternoon to those of you who have joined us lately on our social media platforms. That's up, out, and the start of heat number 3 of 3 in the 400 meters. And immediately, let's see what's going to happen. This looks like coming out of lane 4, Tyreek Thomas of McDonald College. Down the back straight, easy run still. A little bit of a blow from Tyreek Thomas. A little bit of a blow. He's putting out a whole lot more, maybe a little bit too much. Let's see what's going to happen because DeAndre Gloucester is there from High Performance. DeAndre Gloucester is there from High Performance. This is going to be close between the both of them. DeAndre Thomas is there from High Performance, but Tyreek Thomas will lunge ahead now from McDonald College, and he's going to start to get the separation that he needs to take him over the finish line. And he runs out of lane 4, and this has to be late 50s. It has to be just about middle 50s. There it is. That's the time, 54.68. Not bad at all.
Yeah, really good run there. I think he had the physical strength to hold off the athletes from High Performance, and he caused him to run, I think, out of his race. You know, it really pushed him to the limits, and you saw the results there. A really, really impressive run by Thomas.
Well, Thomas has to be a little bit careful because in a 400 you want to maintain what your strategy is, and I think he came out just a little too fast, especially when he was going down the back straight with just over 200 meters to go. We saw him pumping. We saw his jaws pumping already, and that is a cause for concern because it means that with just over 200 meters to go, there's no need to be fighting that much. So he wants to be careful with that because another athlete, a stronger athlete on his inside, would have called curtains for him. So he wants to be careful with that. Going down the back straight has to be an easy cruise as you get ready to come into the final 150. So that's something I'm quite sure his coaches will have a conversation with him about. And they're going to rectify that, especially as he goes into the finals a little bit later on this evening. It's not going to be as hot. It's going to be a lot cooler, but yet still he's going to take nothing for granted.
Yeah, I quite agree with you. Even if it's cooler, you want to make sure that you execute that race as it should be executed. You and your coach will definitely sit and plan, and you will want to hold true to the plan.
All right, well, as we said, we're here in beautiful Spice Country, Grenada. My name is Jason Skeet. Along with me is Clyde Rondell John, and this is Whitsuntide Games 2024. The ladies are on the track now for the Women 400 meter Open International.
Proformers out of Barbados, Team Barbados, Extreme Velocity Track Club, also out of Barbados. We say a special good morning, good afternoon to our Barbados contingent. It's so good to have you with us. Mafia Monroe, the lone Vincentian in the midst. Special good afternoon to all of the athletes from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Thank you so much for joining us here at Whitsuntide Games 2024. We get set for the start of event number 59, heat number 1, 400 meter dash open.
On your mark.
up, out, away, and there was a stall in lane 5 by Hope of Extreme Velocity. She stayed in the block just a little bit too late, but she's done some work to make up. And let's look now down the back straight. This looks like Tiana Bowen of Barbados. She came in with a good time, 55.15, and she's out with just over 200 meters to go. She is starting to show signs of slowing down. Maybe this is some strategy to hold something in the tank for when she gets on the straightaway. Tiana Bowen of Barbados comes around the curve ahead of everybody. She comes around ahead of everybody. There's a whole lot of work for the rest of the field to do. They're not going to catch her. So Tiana Bowen of Barbados will come all the way to the finish line. It's a decent run for her. She came in at 55. This is just around that time. I'm making it 56 or thereabout. It's not far off from 56 if it's not. It's not far off. Well, there we go, 55.62.
Yeah.
It's a pretty decent run for her, 55.62.
Yeah, you saw it. You saw it from the time she left the block. You saw that she was determined to lower her time. And so definitely a good run from Tiana Bowen. You saw an athlete that is looking to qualify for something.
I think from the look of her race, Clyde, I think it was much more than qualifying for her. Based on how she ran the race, I've never seen her run before, but for somebody who has this kind of seasoning to her in 400 meters running, because I've heard her name before, I haven't seen her run, but I think what she did is that she ran this race here to more or less gauge her time to see where she's at personally. And when you come off the blocks like that and you go down the back straight, slowed it down just a little bit with about 200 meters to go, gather your composure, and then came off the curve and pumped to the finish line. I think this was more of trying to see where I'm at this stage of the game, because surely she has to be the favorite going into the finals.
Yeah, she has to be the favorite going into the finals. Looking at Heat 2, we will determine a lot the time, but she so far seems to be the one that the rest of the pack is chasing.
Representing Track Club. Running out of lane number 5, representing Exceed Sports Club, Shaquania Jacobs.
On your mark. On your mark. 1. Lane 5. Lane, you hearing me? On your mark. Lane 3, you hearing me? Show by the raise of hand. Okay, thank you. On your mark.
We also had the confirmation that the world's fastest woman will be in Grenada for the Grenada Invitational. That's Elaine Thompson-Hera,
Set.
world's fastest woman.
And they are off. Aguilera, Tranquil,
2 in this one.
and Jacobs.
Yeah, only 2, and she
Trinidad and Tobago.
right away.
It's a battle in the second heat of the 400.
You look at her piece. That would be athlete number.
Shaquania Jacobs. Exceed. She's been holding on to the lead at the moment. Challenged by Kelsey Aguilera. Tranquil in the mix, but it is going to be taking the bend first. Will be Shaquania Jacobs.
Yeah, so it's
So
Jacobs.
this is Jacobs. Surely Jacobs is going to win this one. But this is not very fast. She's trying to put a lot into it coming down the home straight, but it's going to be late 50s. It's going to be very late 50s. She's trying to put a lot into it, but I think it's going to be late 50s. It's going to be 50. Yeah, there we go, 59.27.
So this dominates the action.
Yeah, 59.27. I think she started running in quite a bit late. She somewhat looked to maintain her start. She recognized her start. She already left Aguilera in the block, and so she just tried to maintain. But she left it a little too late in terms of trying to really push the time barrier. Nonetheless, a decent run from her. She is through to the finals. It's qualifying stage. So, again, nothing too much to beat up about. I think she will want to regroup and come again for the final. 400 meter in this weather is not too much, of a easy race to run. It's not too easy. But a lot of the athletes, they train for this. They have to get their minds prepared. They have to get their body prepared. They have to keep themselves as grounded as possible to ensure that they can execute their race. Have to be relaxed. You have so much things that, goes into the 400 meter running that as athletes, you have to prepare and prepare well for. And so hats off to all the athletes who competed so far in the 400 meter, both male and female. And just reminding you that you are viewing the Whitsuntide Games 2024 right here at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium in beautiful St. George, Grenada. As we said earlier, quite a number of clubs, regional clubs, in with us today, and so we are going to see a level of competition, not just among the Grenadians, but against quite a few of our Caribbean counterparts. So we have a number of events to go in the. We're going to see the 200 meter events. We have a number of 200 meter events to go. And that would end the morning session. We would end with the 200 meters. So I can tell you we're going to be having the under 15 200 meter dash, boys and girls, still to come. You have the girls on the 17 200 meter dash as well as the boys. The under 20 200 meter, male and female, and you have the women 200 international as well as the male 200 international. Not gonna try to give you the number of heats as yet because we're not moving at the same pace as the starters. I think they would have all the updated information, so we're gonna give you it as we see it. We're gonna give it to you. It's all a build up to the evening session, which will start just around 4, after 4, where we have a number of finals in these events. And that's when you're going to see some of the faster athletes on the track. That's where you're going to see some of the athletes who will bring a level of competition to each other that they have to make sure that they execute their race according to their standard, and if they're going to win, if they're going to prevail against their competitor. So stay with us. We're gonna take a short break. Then we're gonna be back on track with you for the 200s. Before we close off the morning session. So we're gonna take a short break.
Top 4 best times. will join the top 4 best athletes over 200 meters in the final later this evening. Introducing your field for this event, running out of lane number 2 from Exceed Sports Club, Kelvinique York. Lane number 3, St. David Trackblazers, Eliza Rose Benjamin. Lane number 4, Zenith Athletics Club, Zaya Tobias. Lane number 5, Top Flight Track Club, Micaiah Frederick. Lane number 7, High Performance, Carla Bennett. And lane number 8, also from High Performance, Shalise Williams. Your field for heat number 1 of the girls 200 meter dash under 15.
All right, so we're back with you, and we're about to witness the start of the 200 meters. It's the 200 meter under 15 girls have a decent field. There are some 7 athletes in this one. So it's heat 1.
It's a good sight. A pretty good sight to see. 7 athletes in this one. Well, this is the girls 200 meters. 6 or 7? 6. So 1 of 3. Heat 1 of 3. So no Reese and no Clark, because Janelle Clark of Mustang was supposed to be in this one. She's not there. And Jazari Reese supposed to have been there as well, but she's not there. So lanes 1 and 6 are empty, and everything else from 2 through 8, save and except that, is occupied. If we were to go on paper from Zenith Athletics, that's Tobias. Zena Tobias from Zenith Athletics. The fastest qualifying time, 25.07. Zenith Athletics out of Trinidad and Tobago. That club out of Trinidad and Tobago, in the person of Zaya Tobias, 25.07.
Set.
Up, out, but not away. They have been recalled.
Again, seemed to be a faulty start. Look at it again. Yeah, it just seemed to be a faulty start. Maybe something with the equipment. Somebody probably just twitching a little bit while in the block. The blocks are pretty sensitive, and so you want to make sure that you remain as calm as possible, as still as possible before the gun goes off.
I maintain that they're keeping them too long in these set positions. These set positions are not meant to be held for very long, especially in the shorter versions. Especially in the shorter versions of these games, the sprints. You don't want to keep them in the blocks for too long. The trees in the back suggest that there's very little wind. They're almost poster still. hot sun is blaring down on these athletes.
Set.
Now they're up. Now they're out. They're away. A bit of a struggle there somewhere. But look at lane 5. This looks like lane 5. Yes, it is. This is Frederick. Frederick. Look at this. Frederick is light years ahead of everybody. There's absolutely no catching her. She's going to run maybe mid-20s. This has to be a mid-20s good run for her. So, or is it Tobias? Zena Tobias? Lane 4.
Yeah, good run there by Tobias. At least Rose Benjamin of the St. David's Trailblazers coming in there very well also to pick up the second position, and Micaiah Frederick coming in third, your top 3.
Yeah, well, we called it Zaya Tobias from Zenith Athletic. We called her because she came in with the fastest qualifying time of 25.07. And she did 25 here, a little bit lower than, a little bit higher, sorry, than 25.07, but she was pretty comfortable.
Yeah, she does look comfortable, look well in control of her race right there. And I think by this time she knew that she had it in the bag, and you can see the relax on her face. She's still pushing the arms a bit, not really trying to overexert any bit of power, but she was able to maintain her composure, maintain her form. Decent run.
Even though she slowed down a little bit, she maintained the form, and that's good. They have it. The coaches would always tell you, even when you're slowing down, maintain the form. So to keep the good habits, keeping the good habits are always important.
Yeah, very much so. I quite agree. You want to make sure you instill it from even this age at the under 15 level. You want to get them, into the right habits as much as possible. So some 5 athletes in this event. Let's see, 2.
Zenith Athletics again being featured in this one, coming out of lane 3. That's Malaya Cupid. Malaya Cupid, and Cupid is out. Cupid is out from Zenith Athletics. She's out. She's in lane 3. She's going to get a challenge. That challenge is going to come from her right on the outside in lane 6. That's Andrew. But Andrew is not going to catch her. No, she's not. Not today. Zenith Athletics and Malaya Cupid will win this one comfortably. Even though she's slowing down, she has kept the form. And she will run through to just about 26, I think it is. It has to be just around there. So a good run from Zenith Athletics in the person of Malaya Cupid. And look at the time. Yeah, 26.82. That's a good run for her.
Yeah, again, a really outstanding run there by Cupid. Cupid did all the hard work early, made sure that she made up the stagger, put herself in a position where coming the last 30, 40 meters, she had enough. She didn't have to, force to try and run back or anything. She's just there maintaining her composure, maintaining her stride, and bringing it home, shutting it down a little bit. And that's the end of her race. So definitely she can go a bit faster. Let's see what happens later on when there's a higher level of competition. How she would go progress.
Well, her qualifying time coming in against her fellow club mate from Zenith Athletics was a clear 2 seconds thereabout, because Tobias, she came in with 25.07. and Cupid came in with 27 flat, so just about a clear 2 seconds between them. And here in this case, even though Cupid ran just about 26. You saw her shutting down. So it means that she has done a whole lot of work between the time this qualifying time here was posted and now she's done a whole lot of work because she has looked a lot more dangerous than 27.
So,
Out, gone, heat number 3. This is a fast one. She's shaping up to be a fast one. 2 athletes from finish line. Finish line and high performance. And the athlete from high performance has split the both of them. That's Ariel Stevens of high performance. She has split the both athletes from finish line. So a pretty decent run. Pretty decent run from Sarah Sandy of finish line. 28.17.
28.17, Sarah Sandy. Ariel Stevens of high performance, 28.31. And Angel Lewis, also of finish line sports, bringing up the third position. So that's your top 3 in heat number 3. Really good run there by the athlete from finish line.
We can also give you, just before we go into the break, we will give you the final qualifying list for some of the 100s and 200s for both male and female. So we're going to get you that just before we go into the break. Let's go downstairs for the lane assignments.
Burnley Athletics Club, Jaden Goodrich, lane number 6, representing South City Rising Stars, Allian James, lane number 7, representing Exceed Sports Club, Danville Peters, and rounding out your field, running out of lane number 8, representing St. Francis College, Chijoke Kalu. Your field for the under 15 boys 200-meter dash. This is heat number 1.
So 6 competitors.
Set.
Up, out, away.
It is a fast start for Burnley Athletic. Jaden Goodrich, he is on like a bullet on his inside.
Goodrich looks comfortable. He looks dangerous. He looks comfortable and he looks dangerous. He's shutting it down now already. And momentum takes him over the finish line. So Jaden Goodrich is showing that he's the man to watch in this one from Burnley. We saw him earlier on this morning. And he's the guy to watch. Jaden Goodrich.
Yeah, decent, really, really decent run there from Goodrich. I mean, you look at him, he got out of that block really quickly, and he definitely used the curve well. As he came off the curve, you saw that he knew that he had a decent lead. He didn't have to look around, but you can feel it. And he just kept his form, looking to just close it off pretty easy.
If you go back on it again, look at it. Look at everybody else's feet and look at his own. If we back it up just a little bit from a different angle, you'll see it. When we go back and we look at a side view of the entire field running, when you look at Goodrich, look at his feet and look at everybody else's feet. Look at that. He is constantly on the ball of his feet right there while everybody else started to look a little bit flat-footed. Pay attention to that. That tells me that this guy has some muscular strength in his legs that is yet untapped.
Yeah, he does look really comfortable. You look at his strides and he does look, from the time he started, he looked comfortable. He had a really good leg turnover, which says that he's not using too much energy, not really having much braking forces, as we would say it. He was able to just maintain that ball of the foot hitting the right spot. And this is what you want to teach to your young athletes, you know, to remain on the ball of the foot, let the spikes do the work. On a track like this, you want to make sure that the spike does its work.
We're getting ready for heat number 2 of 3. This track, a newly laid track at the Kirani James Athletic Stadium. And when we see a newly laid track, it's not that the old track was lifted. The old track was washed and the dirt lifted. And the new stuff went down on it. So it has a whole lot of potential energy in it. And look at that. Energy coming around the bend. Look at speed. Look at talent. Wow. Look at Douglas. Douglas is right there from lane 4. Zenith. Look at Jaquan Douglas. He's getting a little bit of a challenge. Zenith in Douglas, just coming through the end, just edging out Nickel Gill of Burnley Academy. Just edging out, but 1-2 in that one. You know, it tells me that there's something brewing there for a little bit later on this afternoon.
Yeah, definitely there is something brewing. I really like to see Douglas, his composure. I think he kept his composure pretty well. Gill seemed to have done quite a lot early in the race and didn't have enough to keep Douglas out, right? Because Douglas ran a race where he was always in control of what he wanted to do and knew just when to really hit the afterburners.
He came from a good way back. Not that he needed to, because with only 3 heats, he was in one of the automatic qualifying positions. But I think it was more psychological warfare than anything else.
Yeah, the drive to make sure, hey, I'm not asking if I'm in, I'm telling you I'm in. He doesn't have to wait on the judges to say, well, okay, you have the next best time. Yeah, he says, hey, I want to be in, and I'm going to make sure that I get there.
So we have 3 athletes competing in the boys 200 meter dash heat number 3. Running out of lane number 2, Kennedy Bushy Jr. of High Performance Track Club. Lane number 5, Zuriel Fleming, Top Flight Track Club. And lane number 8, St. Francis College, Nicholas Formidi.
Set.
It is a clean start for the athletes in the 200 meters. In the middle of the track, running quite strongly. Zuriel Fleming, he's off fast. So too is Henry Boucher Jr. of High Performance. It is High Performance. He is looking good coming down the home stretch ahead of TFPC. It is High Performance ahead of Top Flight Track Club.
It's a pretty decent run there. It has to be early 20s. It could be just around 23, 24. Yeah.
24-3-1.
Boucher, 24.31.
Yeah, Boucher doing really well. I think he put in some good yards early up just to make sure that he got a good position coming off the curve. And you look at him there again. We make mention of being on the ball of the foot. Before that, if you look at the athlete behind him, he's a bit more flat-footed. But you look at him, Boucher, he's just gone. He's on the ball of the foot, making sure that he has less braking forces, keeping his momentum going.
Well, by the time we get through these, we will have the final qualifying list for the finals.
So we have 4 athletes in heat number 1 for the under 17 girls 200 meter dash. Out of lane number 1, Melissa
Shakina Francis, also of High Performance. Lane number 3, Brandy Taylor, Finish Line Sports Club. And lane number 7, Kenisha Richards, High Performance. So we have 3 athletes from the High Performance Track Club out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So this one is a St. Vincent affair. Brandy Taylor, Finish Line, the lone Grenadian in the midst.
Quite interesting there. Let's see if that athlete from Finish Line can get herself in amongst the Vincentians. 3 Vincentians, 1 Grenadian.
High Performance, a notable club coming out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Melissa Solomon is in 1. Francis is in 2. And Richards is in 7. The athlete you spoke about from Grenada, Brandy Taylor from Finish Line Sports Club. She's listed in lane 3. Would have loved to see a whole lot more people here to witness a lot of these young talents from around the region, but I guess some work for the organizers to do. They've got to pay attention to this. They do in fact deserve a much larger audience than they have before them.
Set.
That's a good clean start. Everybody's out in this one. Taylor is there. She has a lot of work to do, but here comes Francis. Francis out of lane 2 for High Performance. Francis out of lane 2. Lane 6, keep your eyes on lane 6. Lane 7 as well. That's Richards. Keep your eyes on lane 7 and Richards, and it's Francis. Francis and Richards. Francis and Richards. It's going to be close. Francis and Richards, both of High Performance. And Taylor comes in 3rd. Is she going to get a qualifying place? I'm not quite sure. It's difficult to tell. But a pretty decent run there by the 2 Vincentians from High Performance. Francis, yes, she gets the nod in 24.94. And Richards, 25.03.
Yeah, again, Francis looking the part very early in her race. She made sure that she make up the stagger, and then she left everyone else behind. Good effort there by the athlete in lane 7, that is Richards. But Taylor, I think she had the momentum. She did all that she needed to do. She could have kept her form. If you look at Richards, Richards was really trying. But in this athletics, the more you can relax the body and let it do what it naturally does, is the better your form would be, the better you would run. So pretty good run there by her.
Again, slightly disappointed that we don't have a full field as was advertised on the starters list for the preliminaries. So it has been significantly truncated. Case in point, this heat, only 2. Serrana Alexis of MVP and Kaylee Boucher of High Performance out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Again, you don't want to keep these athletes outside there too long. You don't want to be keeping them too long. This is not easy heat outside there. Running is hard enough as it is.
Good clean start. And Boucher looking good coming off the curb, but MVP in the like of Alexis is looking good, looking to assert herself coming off the curb. It's gonna be down to who has the most strength, who is the stronger one in the two. That's who's gonna come to the line, and Boucher showing that she's the stronger one of the two, and so she was able to maintain her form, maintain her composure, and she won this heat.
She always looked the part even before the race. So no surprises there. She looked the part. Not the fastest of times, 28.47. A lot of movement and fighting up work from Alexis from MVP.
Yeah, I think there's quite a lot that can happen for these two athletes in terms of getting them to reduce their times. You look at the arm and the fact that it goes slightly out the body means that you're running and you still have to try and get your balance well enough. They're not really driving back and forward. And so it says that there's a little bit of work to do.
I didn't even realize we had another heat. We were listed 3 of 3, but here comes a 4th one. Goodness.
Yeah, so that was the end of the under 17 girls 200. Adina Davis, your winner there, automatic winner. Antonia Hayes in second, 28.79. So again, not too blistering, but they did what they had to do, and the automatic places have been selected.
Lanes 1 to 5 filled for this one.
So we're moving to the under 17 boys
In lane 1, McCoy.
and go to the house announcer, and he's going to give us the lane assignments.
Lane number 3, Rashawn Daniel, 473 MVP. Lane 4, Jaden Knight, top Top Flight Track Club, and Aiden Charles of Mustangs in lane number 5.
So a group of 5 in this first heat of the boys on the 17. Good clean start. Looking to move over there. Jaden Knight, MVP. Sorry, Jaden Knight is from Top Flight and looking good. High performance is there. MVP is there. It is the automatic spot. It seems from my vantage point, high performance will be the automatic qualifier. Had to work hard, had to make sure that he did not let up. And yeah, Leonardo Grant, 23.41. Really good run there from him. He had competition to his right, but he did just enough. Fast finishing Jaden Knight was on his outside, but he did just enough to make sure that he got across the line. 23.41, 23.48, and 23.51. Your top 3. Rishon Daniel doing pretty well from MVP, 23.51.
We're getting ready for the second heat in the boys 200 meters under 17. We've got 5 heats listed in this one, Clyde. So we've got some action.
Yeah, quite a few boys, so we'll take the lane assignment as soon as we have it.
Toba Abbey, Velocity Track Club, lane 3. Deron St. Cyr, Altitude Track Academy in lane number 5. Damar Michael of Mustangs in lane number 6. AJ Bowens of High Performance currently in lane 8.
So High Performance is loaded in this heat. We've got 3 athletes in this heat, a very large contingent coming from St. Vincent and the Grenadines, in excess of 100 athletes coming in from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And High Performance, of course, being the club with obviously the most participants.
Yeah, quite a few of them competing here. They have competed here before, a few of them. And so it seems like they enjoy being in Spice Country.
Oh, here we go. Start to see where we're going with this one. Look out for Slokes. High Performance has 3 in this one. High Performance has 3 in this one. That's Nash. Nash being challenged by Michael. Michael will win out. Is it Sincere? Sincere. Sincere out of lane 5. Sincere out of lane 5 will pick up the victory in this one. Good run by him. He was challenged. He had to push.
Yeah, that's a good run by Sincere. Had to make sure that he kept the composure, kept the arms pumping. He never let up. Went all the way to the line. And so this is what you want to teach your youngsters. Go all the way towards the line. So John Sincere, 22.98. Nasari Nash, for high performance, 23.23. And Olashue Toba Abe, Velocity Track Club, 24.06. Again, good run. I think this heat, Jason, you're taking the winners and the top two.
Yeah, this one has to be
That's the under 15s.
on the 15th. So this is the top plus the last three,
Okay,
the fastest three.
the fastest.
The top finishers, then the fastest three. So we're getting ready for heat number 3 or 5. House announcer will have the details. Again, we don't have a full field.
Extreme Velocity in lane 5, and Alexis Banuel of High Performance, lane number 6.
So 5 in heat number 3. All nicely stacked together in the middle of the field.
Set.
Up, out, running. Look at Extreme Velocity. Look at lane 4. This is a Brewster in lane 4, Extreme Velocity, and boy, is it extreme. He came out the bend like a rocket and has powered his way all the way to the finish line now. That's a good run by Brewster. It's a good run by Brewster. I think he's stopping the clock just inside 24. 23, 24 thereabout. I do believe that.
Yeah, good run by him. Seen that little grimace? You look at his breathing technique there. He will want to manage that little bit, but you can see that he came off, and he came off quickly. 22.45.
That's a pretty decent run, 22.45. He put a lot into it. And he did put a lot into it. But a very decent run by Brewster of Extreme Velocity. So some more people trickling in bit by bit. I'm still saying that they deserve a much larger crowd than what we're seeing here. They do deserve a much larger crowd than this.
Yeah, I quite agree with you. You want to be present when these athletes blaze the track, because they are future athletes. Some of them are athletes that are, looking to represent their country at the various games around the region and around the world. And so it's always good to have, the local support, the home support, so that when they get out there, they would know that, whatever they're doing, they have the support of their home crowd. Wherever they are, they will have that support, because they know they can feel it when they compete in front of them.
Athletics Club out of Trinidad and Tobago, lane 5. Nicholas Francis of High Performance, lane number 7. And John T. Oliver of Exceed Sports Club of St. Vincent and the Grenadines in lane number 8.
Again, a lot of fidgeting on the track. Can't say it enough. It's too much fidgeting. You want to get these folks on and off as quickly as possible. It's 3 o'clock local time. Amidas Ferguson is in lane 5. Here we go now, out, up, everybody's gone. Take a look at this one now. Take a look at this one. This looks like danger out of lane 4. This looks like Brown. This looks like Brown. Brown has the form. He's on the ball of his feet. He's separating himself from everybody. Yeah, he's going to pull away with this one, no doubt about it. He has run a very good race. That's Omari Brown. And Omari Brown has come home, winning this heat.
Yeah, good run by him. Really, just making sure that whatever he has planned is executed, ensuring that he did all the hard yards early enough, made up the stagger, and just looked to assert himself in that number 1 position. 22.92. Omari Brown, your automatic winner.
22.92, not bad at all from the Neon Wolves out of Trinidad and Tobago. That's not a bad run at all by Omari Brown. I mean, he came off the curve ahead of everybody. He's on the ball of his feet, showing that he has something left. He has some power in his legs on tap that he can use later on in the finals. He's using the track to perfection. When you stay on the ball of your feet, you use the track to perfection because you use the potential energy from the track to leap you forward.
Yeah, he did show that he has the technical competence. He knew just when to use it. Sometimes you have to just know exactly when to do what.
Well, we're going to see how this one is going to go. This heat here, from the look of things, it's could be a dangerous one. Let's go down for the lane assignments on this one.
Kazem James, St. Vincent Grammar School, and lane 4, Sarani Roban, St. Vincent Grammar School.
Keep your eyes in lane 4, Roban, St. Vincent Grammar School. I think he's the one to watch here. Keep your eyes on him. Up, out, away, and Roban is out. But here comes trouble running out of lane 2. Here's trouble out of lane 2. That's James. It's Cumberbatch of Extreme Velocity. Cumberbatch of extreme velocity in lane 2. Cumberbatch of extreme velocity in lane 2. Low center of gravity, quick leg turnover. He doesn't look like it, but he has a lot of upper body strength. And did he put the field on notice?
Yeah, I think what he did there well was that he was aggressive from the get-go. And so he got around that curve with that level of momentum, not needing much to do. You look at the other athletes, they're trying to really push themselves, but he already has momentum going with him. The legs is in that state where it's automatic. As it touches down, it's ready to go again. Really good executed race. He was determined.
Yeah. I mean, he fought all the way through, and the time is going to be important. Not a bad time at all, 22.93. That's not bad at all. With a little bit of competition and some rest just before the competition, he could do a little bit better than that, so not bad at all for him. 22.93 by Nathan Cumberbatch of extreme velocity. And was he extreme in this one?
Yeah, he was. He was extreme. Love to see just how he left the blocks, came out hard, and showed, as you rightly said, the low center of gravity. He didn't have to lean much. He didn't have to do much. Just keep that speed that he left the block with, and let that speed carry him up the stretch.
Still saying hello and good afternoon to a lot of our friends on the social media platforms of TNR Communications. Lady R and Ruel J out of Trinidad and Tobago. Your support for Trinidad and Tobago is very much noticeable. And a good afternoon to you from Spice Country, Grenada. And next time you get the opportunity, please visit us here. We hope to see you for Whitsuntide games next year. Enjoy a lot of our Grenadian delicacies. The way we do our oil down is significantly different to the way you do yours in Trinidad and Tobago, but we're not going to get into that. Not here, not now. I just want to say good afternoon to you.
Representing Grenada, Brian Isaac. Representing Altitude Track Academy, also Grenada, Junior Alexander.
Rounding out your field, finish line, Sports Club, Daniel Mitchell. He's running out of lane number 6. Three Grenadian clubs currently on the track for the first heat of the boys 200-meter dash under 20.
On your mark.
This is where the big boys are coming into play now.
Lane 6 ahead, man. On your mark.
The boys 200-meter dash under 20. Again, our starters list shows a full field, but this one very much truncated, cut in half actually. Only 4 in this one. Finish Line Sports Club, Daniel Mitchell. He's there. If we look to lane 4, AJ Del Plesh, Mustangs out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Lane 3, Junior Alexander, Altitude. And in lane 2, Brian Isaac of Ace.
Set.
Up, out, away, gone. And here comes Brian Isaac of Ace. A good first 50 meters by him. A good first 50 meters, but Mustang has got a lead. Of course, he's driving a Mustang on this one. He's separating himself now. And from Mustangs, AJ Del Plesh. He came in qualifying with 21.32, and I feel he has done just about that. If not, it's not very far off.
Yeah, he has done really well. Del Plesh, we saw him in the prelims for the 100. Really looked a composed athlete. Doesn't seem to be one that is easily flustered. He knows exactly what he wants to do. And there you look at it, nice and smooth. He's just executing his races.
22.06, not a bad time at all for him. 22.06 with a whole lot of daylight, a whole lot of room, and some energy still stored.
Yeah, really, really good run from him. You want to make sure that in the 200, you get yourself out there early enough that you can ride the curve well, and then you have enough energy and enough strength to bring you home. And so he has executed that race really well, and you're seeing the time 22.06. Could be lower. You get the sense that he kind of had a little something in reserve as he got closer to the line. Maybe a bit of competition will push him, a bit more, and so we can see a bit more coming from him.
All right, well, while we're getting ready for the start of the next heat, I'm going to try to run through some details for you very quickly. We've given you a lot of the finals for the heat events, for the field events, that should be, sorry. And we've got a whole lot of them that were completed, so we listed those for you. But quickly, I will tell you that the women's 400 meters international open, the final list has been posted. Tiana Bowen of Barbados, Shaquan Jacobs of Exceed Sports Club, Tiwana McLean of Performers, Nea Hope of Extreme Velocity, Monroe of Exceed Sports Club, and Angelique is there from Tranquil, Trinidad and Tobago. And that will round off the top 6 to qualify to meet the Grenadian quartet. The quartet of Shaphonia Houston, Rhea Francis, Francesca Henry, and Rihanna Frederick. Up, out, away, the big boys are gone. This is heat number 2 in the boys 200 meters dash under 20. Seal is there from Extreme Velocity, but look on the outside. Seal is there, but this looks like some danger coming here from lane 5. Lane 4, that is, Delplesh. It's another Delplesh. Deleron Delplesh of Mustang out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Deleron Delplesh. So another Delplesh showing up.
Yeah, Delplesh. I'm wondering if they are twins.
Well, one is AJ and one is Deleron. The name doesn't suggest, but I can tell you, Delplesh is synonymous with speed in these heats.
Yeah, you look at him there, and again, really composed running by Deleron Delplesh. 22.28, so a pretty decent time. Again, coming off and just doing what needs to be done, ensuring that they get that start. I think this is the key from what I've seen from quite a few of the athletes. Once they get that good start, they seem to be able to maintain it. So it tells you that they do have a bit of power behind them.
The distance, the times between them, not far off at all. 22.06 in the previous heat. This one, 22.28, so not very far off at all. They're just about there, even Steven. Let's go to heat number 3.
Lane number 6, Velocity Track Club, Kevin Martin. And lane number 7, Reginaldo Spencer, Proformers Track Club.
Proformers, they're out of Barbados. So Proformers out of Barbados, they're represented in this one. Reginaldo Spencer, he is in 7. Keep your eyes on lane 6 as well. Kevin Martin, Velocity. Down to lane 4. Ethan Isaac, St. Vincent and the Grenadines. This is going to be a quick one. Ezra and Sam is there now in lane 1, but he's nowhere in the mix. But look at Isaacs. Isaacs is there. Isaacs is coming. Isaacs is trying to push forward. This one is going to be close. It's going to be a whole lot tighter than we anticipated. He has been eclipsed. Now the danger looks like Martin. I told you, keep your eyes on Martin. Martin means business. Martin means business. Velocity Track Club, 22.72.
Well, I can tell you, Martin has what we in athletics call top end speed. He is able to dig deep and gathered some momentum even as he comes closer to the end of his race. This is where he more or less would be maintaining. Most athletes would be maintaining, but he just seemed to be able to generate a bit of speed going through at the end of his races. So it tells you that that youngster, maybe with a little faster start and you work on the middle, he can be a really outstanding athlete. Kevin Martin.
Remember the name Kevin Martin. Good run for him. 22.72, not bad at all, but he had to push a lot for it because there were some serious challenges coming in from all those around him. And he just made it through the finish line. A good comeback for him. And he's going to take the positive out of it. At least he has ran himself into a pretty decent lane so far. But let's wait and see what will happen because we've still got another heat to come in the boys under 20 200 meters dash.
And the Grenadines. Lane number 5, Trevon Stewart, Burnley Athletics Club out of Trinidad and Tobago. And in lane number 6, Neon Stanislaus, Fusion Athletics, homegrown. Set for heat number 4, the under 20 boys 200 meter dash. This is the Whitsuntide Games 2024.
So 5 in this one. No lane 4. Lane 4 would have been Che Wickham out of Stallion Athletics. He would have come in with a 21.86. Not a bad time at all, but he's not there. So with him being out of the mix, keep your eyes on Omarion Douglas in lane 3. Omarion Douglas, 22.60. That was a pretty decent time for him. Outside of that, everybody else was 22, 23 and up.
Yeah, so you're looking at lane 3, but again, fast start, put him under pressure, see what he has.
Out start, heat number 4 is out. And yeah, look at this. Now keep your eyes on lane 3. Lane 3. Here comes lane 5 now. This looks like danger. That's Stewart, Trevon Stewart. Trevon Stewart. Trevon Stewart. Trevon Stewart of Burnley, Trinidad and Tobago. That's your boy, Trevon Stewart. Look out for him. This is going to be good. This one has to be fast. 21.77.
Yeah, again, good fast start from Stewart. Came off the curb with that bit of momentum, and you look at him, he's able to, really drive himself forward. It tells you that, look, 21.77, man, he is a bit leaps and bounds above the others in terms of being able to really execute the 200-meter race.
Pretty decent run there for him. We're winding out the end of these 200 meters preliminaries. Still have some more information to give you as it relates to the 400 meters and the qualifiers. For the boys 400 meters under 20, Jaden Clement, maximizing athletic potential. Kieran Haynes, extreme velocity. AJ Delplesh, he's into the finals of the 400 from Mustang St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Randy Jones is there from Carriacou. Keelan Moses, St. David's Track Blazers. Antoine Aline, South City Rising Stars. Jubril Oliver, that should be, of High Performance. And Nadel Seal of Extreme Velocity. That's your final. Those are the finalists for the boys 400 meters under 20.
Concord Athletics Club, Concord out of Trinidad and Tobago. Randy Jones goes in lane number 4, Carriacou Athletics Committee. Jaden Phillips, Zenith Athletics Club, Trinidad and Tobago, he's in lane number 5. And Mozart Lavia Jr., of High Performance Track Club out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, in lane number 6. 4 athletes set to contest heat number 5 of the boys 200-meter dash under 20.
Heat 5 of 5. 4 in this one.
for heat number 5. Boys are on the way, already picking up the stagger. Randy Jones on the inside.
Look at Jones out of lane 4. Look at Jones out of lane 4. Look at Jones out of lane 4. The challenge will come from lane 2, but it's not going to be a very good one. Jones now, he has a shutdown. He has already gone into cruise control, and Randy Jones has crossed the finish line. This is something early 20, could be 21, late 21, early 22. Good run by Jones. 22.25. Pretty decent.
Yeah, good run there by Jones. Again, you want to make sure that as an athlete running the 200 meter, you come off the curb in that really good position so that you can, really maintain that speed or look to even build on it. And I think he has done that. He looks composed. He came out early, looked for an early lead, could relax a bit, because when you glance left, you glance right, you realize where you are. You know that it's just a matter of composing yourself, trusting your stride patterns, home bong.
All right, well, that brings us to the end of the preliminaries for the boys 200 meters. We've got the women 200 meters international open coming up. The 3 preliminaries listed in this one. And then we've got another 3 listed in the men 200 meters international as well.
And the Grenadine goes in lane 1. 473 MVP, Elena DiCoto. She goes in lane 4. Naya Hope, Extreme Velocity out of Barbados. She goes in lane 5. Lane number 7, Excel Track Club, Lindsay Lewis. She goes in lane number 7. Excel out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And rounding out your field, representing Concord Athletics Club, Trinidad and Tobago, Rochelle Rollins.
Set.
Your field for heat 1.
And there they go. They're off. Clean start. Good. Setting the piece. Looking to get early off the curb. Let's see who comes out. Here we go. It seems to be Miller. It seems to be MVP. It seems to be Dikoto. And she has the strength to really keep it. She came off the curb in a position where they were neck and neck, but somehow she had the momentum going with her and was able to keep her composure and finish strong. Pushed all the way through. And there is the separation. She knew she had it right there. You can see her exerting, really putting some energy into it. Will want to try and relax a bit more as she goes into the finals. She doesn't want to have to look as if she's fighting for her life. She has to be able to relax so that the muscles can respond.
She's going to have the fight of her life, that much I can tell you, because when with that amount of hard work and you clock 26.40, and that's just heat 1 of 3, it sort of sets the atmosphere to let everybody else know where they're at. And then coming into the next couple of heats, we have a couple of athletes here who came in with some 24s and some 25s. So she's going to have a whole lot of work to do. But she wouldn't want to worry about that now, not too much. She has gotten in. And getting into the finals, that's always a good start. Aliana Dikoto, she came from good stock. Her father, Leon Dikoto, and a recognizable sprinter back in his day. And she has been coached very well. Dikoto, she would want to tap into the history of her father right now to get her through these finals. So Leon Dikoto, if you're listening, now is a good time to make a telephone call and say, well, speak some wisdom and some motivation into Aliana. Heat number 2 is coming up. A minuscule field again.
3 athletes.
Truncated is an understatement in this one, only 3. Let's hear what the house announcer has to say.
Dr. Williams of Top Flight Track Club, a local club. She's in lane number 2. Top Flight operating out of St. John's. So shout out to our Guav Massive. Lane number 6 occupied by Francesca Henry of McDonald College. And lane number 7, Tawana McLean of Proformers Track Club out of Barbados.
Set.
It's a good start, especially for Proformers. She came out of the block very quickly. That's McLean. McLean came out of the blocks quickly. A little bit of form being lost there by the athlete in lane 6 from McDonald College. But is that going to cost her? Yes, it will. Here comes a Proformers Track Club in McLean. Surely she's going to go all the way to the finish line with this one. And the separation comes even now as she goes to the finish line. This has to be 25... 26 somewhere thereabout. Well, she has just made 24.81. That's good.
Yeah, really, really good run. You saw it from the start, and I keep saying it. The 200 meter, you want to get that really quick start and really make up the paces as you get around the bend. You notice that the athlete from McDonald College, she had a misstep coming around the bend. The fact that the body was not really aligned as it should. But when you look at Proforma, you can see outset, pace, get into a good position, keep your composure, keep your stamina, and just hold to the end.
It's a pretty decent run for her at 24.81. And she was very happy with it, as you can tell. So she's going to get through to the finals, of course, with only 3 heats in this one. Yeah, she's going to get through the top 2. And after that, we've got the Grenadian quartet for her to contend with in the international category, because here's what's coming up after. The qualifiers would have been chosen for this one. The top 3. Then they will meet Shafonia Houston, Shante Augustine, Kishona Phillip, and Rhea Flanders in the finals.
National champion over in St. Vincent. And in lane number 7, Kamara Batiste. Kamara Batiste representing Excel Track Club out of St. Vincent and the Grenadine.
They've not been held long at all. They're out and running very quickly. Still even, Stephen. Good start. Keep your eyes on the athlete coming out of lane 3. That's Thomas of Ace. Thomas of Ace comes around the bend just ahead of everybody. She's got the advantage as it relates to her legs. Her legs are long, and she's going to use them now to stride forward. The challenge will come from the person right next to her, from Mustang, but Mustang is not going to hold her. No, Laborde is not going to hold her. So Thomas comes through with just pure form and momentum all the way to the finish line. 25.28. Not very fast, but composed.
Yeah, good. Again, good run. You got it from the start. She made up the stagger, and she was ready to straighten up and really power home. Powerful young lady, and so she used her power to bring her to the end of the line. Again, you want to make sure that you place yourself in that position. Now, she has an advantage of her height. She has an advantage of her power. And so she will want to make sure that in the final she brings both the strength, the power, the speed, and she can have a win in the 200 meters.
Oh, that's Thomas. 25.24, not bad at all. Men's 200-meter dash. We've got 3 heats coming up in this one. It is just nearing 3:30 local time. It's really good if you look to the top of your screen. It's really good to see a lot of the little greenery up there. Most folks would be encouraged by that. Taking into consideration the drought that we've been experiencing, you see little patches of green. That's because we've been struggling for rain.
And lane number 5, maximizing athletics potential, Trinidad and Tobago, Adele Cothras.
On your mark.
Men's 200-meter dash open. 3 in this one. It's always more intense when these numbers are smaller. One, 3, and 4.
Set.
Up, out, away. 1, 3, and 4. Immediately, Walks Miller has picked up the stagger. Boy, he looks dangerous. Walks Miller comes around the curve ahead of everybody. Walks Miller, and he Walks Miller. Walks Miller. Walks Miller of extreme velocity. Walks Miller. The rest of the field has been put on notice as he shuts it down. Walks Miller has called everybody to attention.
Yeah, he has. He has really. You look at his form, and I mean, look at this. We still have a few little technicalities that could be worked on, but man, he has good running form. He came off the bend, and all he looking to do is just get the knees up, get the hands driving, bringing him home.
Oh, look at the time, 21.19, and with a whole lot of fuel still remaining.
Yeah, as I said, there's a little bit of work that could go into it. You're looking to get him a little bit straighter, looking to get the arms really, getting into that position where it can help to push the body a little more. I think it's a little too short, but again, things that could be worked on. Yeah, you look at it there, there's a few little bits of technicalities we could work on in terms of getting him to really remain focused, to get the balance going forward.
Now let's go down for heat number 2. Another small field again. Another small field again. Only another 3. Extreme velocity represented in this one by Sean Raphael. Some people would pronounce it Raphael. Potato, potato.
He goes in lane 1. Sean Raphael, Extreme Velocity Track Club of Barbados. He goes in lane 2. Lane number 3, Kyle Lawrence of Chatoya, St. Vincent and the Grenadine. He goes in lane number 4. Lane number 5, Amari Knight, Extreme Velocity Track Club, Barbados. And in lane number 7, Excel Track Club, Ngozi Rogers. He goes in lane number 7.
Extreme being represented here. Extreme is from Barbados. So all our friends in Barbados, good afternoon to you. Some things you never forget from primary school, the land of cuckoo and flying fish.
Yeah, definitely. You can't forget that, especially if you're a cuckoo lover.
I was more interested in the flying fish, I could tell you that much.
Set.
I think he lost a little bit of power in his legs, and so he fell forward. The replay will tell us the story. Look at lane 5. Keep your eyes on lane 5. That's Knight. Yeah. He lost a little bit of power from the ankle, and that twisted in the block, and so he fell over. He doesn't look too happy. Not sure if he is carrying some sort of injury or something of the sort. Wasn't in the blocks for too long to worry about. But all's well that ends well. Only a green card being shown. Yeah, he who fights and run away lives to fight another day.
Yeah, again, in the block, not really having that foot grounded as steady as it should be. And so he just fell over. But again, based on the sensitivity of the block, it would pick up that even before the gun go off.
Pay attention to his right leg.
Set.
This time they're out. This time they're up. He got a good start this time. But keep your eyes on Kyle Lawrence. Keep your eyes on Lawrence. Lawrence is coming around in the red spikes and the white shirt. Lawrence is dangerous. Here comes Lawrence of Chatoya. That's a club out of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. But look at what's happening in lane 1. He's not good. Oh, lane 1 just eclipsed him. That looks like Slater. Slater of Biomechanics. He was quiet all the way through. And with about 50, 60 meters to go, his top end speed carried him through. He was nowhere in this. Biomechanics was nowhere in this up until now. But look at this. Momentum. And right there. Hi, guys. My name is Slater. Look at me. And he got it.
Yeah, if you look at Slater and you look at Lawrence, you notice that Slater's stride length was a bit longer, and as you came to the finish, while Lawrence, his one shortened, right? He's shortened, so that means that he's not really getting the power that he needs to get through the legs. And I think this is where the breakdown came.
Lawrence was doing a lot of hard work. He was doing a lot of hard work with about 75, 80 meters to go. That's not a good sign when you've got to start pumping so early in a 200 meters.
Yeah, I think Slater did just enough to be able to pressure him coming off the curve. And the pressure now, the two of them had to go neck and neck. And it's about keeping the form and whose form is truer. And you saw it there, Slater's form is truer. He has the ability to stay up, stay tall, keep the hips up, and that got him home.
So just two athletes in this preliminary, both from high performance. Rivaldo Solomon, and this looks like Morgan Jeffers. Yeah. Darry Morgan Jeffers.
High performance of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And lane number 7, Rivaldo Solomon, also of high performance.
So Darren Morgan Jeffers and Rivaldo Solomon, both of high performance. The Jeffers and Solomon. Solomon and Jeffers. This one's an easy one to call. I'm quite sure that these two would have gone at it time and time again, but Morgan Jeffers has the advantage now. Morgan has the advantage. Surely he's going to go all the way to the finish line with it. Darren Morgan Jeffers, 21, I think it is. Has to be somewhere around there. 21. 21 late. Yeah, 21.55.
Yeah, 21.55. Another good run. Really, you look at, again, you look at his strides, you look at how composed he is. I think this sets the trend for good, outstanding running come finals.
Oh, well, here's what I can tell you. The finals has been set for a number of these events We have the final listing for a number of these events, the 100 meters, the 200 meters, the 400 meters. We've got the finals for all these events listed, and we should have a start in about a half hour or so, but that brings us to the end of the first session. We have one or two field events still in play. The discus is still in play. We're going to bring you up to speed on that because we're going to get some information on that, and it's going to be posted. And once we do that, of course, we're going to bring you the details. But save and accept that when we come back after the break, it's going to be finals action on the track. Not the kind of crowd that we were anticipating. A lot more could have been done, I believe. But the folks who are here are going to be in for a treat. And those of you on social media, don't go too far because finals is going to be serious. A lot of folks on social media and all our social media platforms. And again, TNR social media platforms, Go2 production platform is there, Go2 Productions, Party Grenada, and all these other platforms right around. They have been streaming these games. So good afternoon to those of you. We're going to stop for just a little bit to refresh ourselves, and when we come back, this is going to be a cracker. Stick around, everybody.